All right, good morning again, everyone. How is everyone this morning? Excited? Nervous? Well, students, that is. Yes? No? All right, so I'm hoping everybody here is looking forward to a great 2 days of activities. All right, so let me formally welcome you all to the Faculty of Engineering and Computing Major Project Conference, the first one of its kind. Traditionally, we've had the School of Engineering Major Project Conference, but this year we've expanded and we are now the Faculty of Engineering and Computing Major Project Conference. I would like to acknowledge and welcome specially our President, Dr. Kevin Brown, the Dean of our faculty, Professor Sean Thorpe, our two heads of school, Dr. Shalon Stubb and Dr. David White, former Dean, Professor Nilza Aples, former head of school, Mr. O'Neill Josephs. I see a number of lecturers here, and we have some sponsors both in the room and outside, students, parents. Well, no, I don't know if any parents are here really, but students, everyone, welcome. Oh, and also, special acknowledgement, welcome to the Jamaica Institute of Engineers President, Engineer Colin Porter. Welcome, and I hope you enjoy the day's proceedings. All right. So, although it's not on your program that you're looking at, by the way, let me remind you again, the QR code is there, scan it, and you'll see the program for both days' activities, and you can follow along. I know we're a little bit late starting, but we had to get both rooms synchronized and connected properly. So we'll start off with a word of prayer, and I'll ask Head of School, Dr. David White, to start us off with prayer.
Thank you, Prof. Let us bow our heads in prayer, both here and in the virtual space. Heavenly Father, we bow before you. We acknowledge you, Lord. We acknowledge your awesomeness and your greatness. And we ask you to bless the proceedings here this morning, our major project conference for engineering and computing. Father, we thank you for the awesome ideas that will be presented over the duration of this conference. We thank you, Lord, for our president, our deans, and representatives from the various schools, and of course, our students who are going to showcase and defend their research projects. Father, thank you for our sponsors who are investing in research. Lead, guide, and direct as we say thanks in Jesus' name.
Amen. All right, so we all know the day's proceedings. So we're going to be hearing from our management of the institution. We're going to be hearing from our sponsors. And tomorrow, this is when, and we also have a guest speaker here today, okay? Tomorrow is when you will be, as students, presenting. And I'm looking at the faces, and I think the faces seem relaxed. Is it because your presentation is tomorrow and not today? Okay. I recognize quite a few of the faces, and I will not be biased, but my group is here as well. Yes. And I wish them all the best. If you see me looking at them, don't think I'm biased, all right? But I can't help it. All right. So I'll ask our first speaker today will be the president of the university, Dr. Kevin Brown, and I'm asking him to come now to give the president's address. Dr. Brown.
Thank you, Professor Chambers. I see MC duties seem to be an additional responsibility that you've taken on. I don't think it's one that comes with a salary, though, so I want to thank you for your service, and it's always a pleasure to be with you at these events. Good morning, everyone. Wow, engineers, computer scientists, young people who I know after you leave this institution will achieve greatness. You believe that? You're not sure? All right. Well, I can tell you that if you use my story, then you know that it is possible, right? And what we're trying to do here is to give you the foundations, give you a platform, a springboard to go out there and be great. Of course, my bias is natural. What's my bias? I'm an engineer. And that's an unapologetic bias that I have, because engineering has been something I wanted to pursue from I was in primary school. And all my qualifications, every single one, from master's to PhD, everything is in mechanical engineering. I never veered off course, very focused. And I was lucky enough to have a career in aerospace because of it. So I'm wanting to encourage you that this is just the beginning, and I look forward to learn more about your individual projects. I was in your shoes many years ago. I was in engineering. I think Colin Porter, who is now president of JIE, was there. And so when I saw Colin this morning, I said, welcome home, because this is Colin's home, right? He's moonlighting at JIE. This is his home. Professor Aples was here when I was a student, right? She looks very young, but she has aged gracefully. But she was here, and so it's been a journey and a pleasure to be back. What we want to do is to ensure that UTech continues to be the premier school for engineering. That's what we were built to do. You know, whatever you hear out there or whatever impressions you have, we're built to produce engineers. When we were built in 1958, we were called the Jamaica Institute of Technology. And even when we became CAST, 1 year later, College of Arts, Science and Technology, this institution was known as the place to come to be an engineer. Yeah, looking at Colin, because Colin knows that, right? And even the engineers who came here, some of them would have gone on to St. Augustine at UWI, because at that time we only offered diplomas. And then those who wanted degrees would go to St. Augustine in Trinidad and get a degree. But now, you guys are lucky enough, you can now do a 4-year degree at UTech. And that 4-year degree, whether in computing or in engineering, is going to take you places. So why do you have to do a major project? Why did I have to do a major project? Well, UTech's philosophy, the one that we had from the start and the one that we will keep and maintain, is one of combining theory with practice, theory with practical application. We're a hands-on institution, and we're proud of that fact. So when we release you into the wild, into the world of work, you will be ready, not just theoretically, but you will be hands-on, you'll be work-ready. And that's what the employers tell us. I know we have some sponsors here, JPS, Huawei. They're full of our graduates. Where do you think the brand new president of JPS came from? Hugh Grant. The brand new president, you may know of him, came from right here. And the former commissioner of police, former head of the army, now ambassador to Jamaica in the United States, Major General Anthony Anderson, did engineering right here. So I'm just showing you the pedigree of this institution, the pedigree of our institution, right? And so now most of you will be graduating in November. Make sure that you continue to fly that flag high and you maintain that standard. That when you go out there, you'll be the best engineer. When you go out there, you'll be the best computing scientist, the best software engineer, because you are a UTech graduate. And you can't let the team down. Right? So we are going to continue to evolve. And some of you might come back. You might want to come back and do a master's. You might want to come back and do a PhD. You may want to come back and do some more professional development. It's all about lifelong learning, and we are ready for you when you make that decision. But the last thing I expect a UTech graduate to do is to go out there into the world of work and stagnate. I expect you to work hard, to outwork everybody in your companies that you will join, and to come back and continue to develop yourself. Right? So we have high expectations. We expect excellence. And I know that from looking at the posters out there, I've seen some really good work. And I want to start by thanking the academics. There are a lot of projects. I think I heard Professor April say, 30-something projects? 32 projects. That's a lot of projects to supervise, to support students, and I want to thank our academics, right? I know it's a lot of work, and without your supervision, we can't create these new engineers and computer experts. But I also want to congratulate the students on what you have achieved. I know for some of you it's been sleepless nights, working on those projects, preparing even for today, your posters, your reports. Tomorrow you present in front of a panel who are going to ask you tough questions. But we are preparing you to be ready. But one important thing I want you to take away from this project of yours is the ability to work in teams. Because some of us are mistaken that when you come to university, it feels like an individual pursuit. But the reality is that the world of work is about teams. Engineers work in teams. Looking at Colin, it's a team sport. If you're going to build a car, there are too many components to a car for one person to do it. So I hope that you have embraced this idea of working in teams. Some of you are in two-member teams, three-member teams, five-member teams, but you had to learn to work together. That is going to be your engineering career, right? You're going to, even the computer guy who's building software, he has to still talk to other people. Engineering is a team sport. So I hope you've embraced that, all the skills you've learned of how to work together, right, to produce something of excellence. So I'll end by just thanking and congratulating the organizers of today's conference. It looks great so far, and you know, this standard that we are creating at UTech, I want us to maintain it. This standard of showcasing the best of our students in engineering. I'm really glad that Colin is here. He can go back and be an evangelist of what is happening here at UTech. And to those of you from the engineering sector who are here, the computing sector who are here, UTech continues to be committed to producing your workforce. This is where you're going to come and get the best engineers and the best computer scientists, software engineers, network engineers, cybersecurity experts. The only place. And yes, I'm biased, but I can assure you that, again, when we speak to employers, this is exactly what they say to us. And look out for UTech because we're evolving. New programs to come, new opportunities that are being created as we evolve. Can't talk about some of these projects, but I'm sure Prof. Thorpe, in the goodness of time, we will make announcements. And as you will see today, one announcement is coming later on around our UTech Racing Club and our ambitions around motorsports. So thanks again to everyone. Thanks to our sponsors. Can't do anything without our sponsors. We appreciate you. And good luck to all of you students. I know you're going to do very well in your presentations tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brown. I hope you are all encouraged, and I want you students to notice something here. A lot of the people who will be speaking to you today came right out of this institution, all right? Including myself. A lot of us came out of this institution. We graduated, we went away, we worked in industry, and then a time came when we felt like coming back. All right, so bear that in your mind. I'm not telling you that you must come back right now, but get your experience, travel the world a little bit, but always remember us and support your alma mater in whichever way you can. All right? I will now invite the Dean of the Faculty, Professor Sean Thorpe, to come and say a few words to you. Professor Thorpe.
Thank you, Prof. Chambers. A pleasant good morning, everyone. Let's start by saying bright futures. No, man, we have to start over that, man. Hold on, there's something wrong with that. One more time, bright futures. One more time, bright futures. That's sounding a little bit better. A pleasant good morning to you, and welcome to this inaugural Faculty of Engineering and Computing Conference. As a dean, it is really my pleasure to be supporting you as the host in faculty for such a splendid event. Thanks to President Brown for those introductions, and I want to just quickly recognize Madam Master of Ceremonies for the work that you're doing here this morning and for the 2 days. I also want to formally recognize the Vice Dean, Dr. Balvin Thorpe. I want to also recognize GIE President, Engineer Colin Porter, heads of schools, program directors, lecturers, students, friends of the faculty, Professor Garfield Young. I'm seeing you, right? He's a friend of the faculty. You know, I can say that with some level of authority, and Prof. April's will back me on that, right? A pleasant good morning to you all. This inaugural Faculty of Engineering and Computing Conference is to support the reality that the disciplines in computing and engineering together is one. It's really one, you know. In other words, the work that you do today in a fast-paced world that is driven by artificial intelligence, I will dare say that you're all AI engineers. And I was doing a presentation for GIE just very recently in this regard, that the world that we are living in 2025 and beyond, the next generation of engineers have to have a strong blend of computer science and engineering backgrounds. I say this as well with a level of insight and sort of reflection that in 2023, I was in Canada at the courtesy of the Canadian High Commission. And our guest speaker, who is quite reputable and noted for his industry presence with electric vehicles, who will be here soon, I saw a cadre of engineers in Toronto and Vancouver building out systems. And very specifically, when I started to speak with these graduate engineers like yourselves coming out of major projects, the observation was this. Every single one, mechanical, industrial, civil, right? All of these branches of engineering, right, were all applying elements of computer science to what they had to be doing to actually troubleshoot electric vehicles. And they were all very well paid. They were all very well paid. The reality of what I'm saying is that Jamaica is too small a country in a larger world not to recognize that the working force of you all, so nearly 300 of you between the 2 schools who are seeking to graduate here, and the number of projects could easily, and probably Dr. Maitland can probably give me a sum total. This is really over 50 or 60 groups of projects. What you had mentioned earlier sound like just engineering, a school of engineering alone. It's almost 70. Dr. Maitland, who is the chair of the ethics committee in charge of the approval of these said projects, will realize that there are over 70 projects, and I'm anxiously looking forward to the presentation of what some of these projects unearth, because the use case applications are significant in helping to solve many national, regional, and international problems that are out there. So this is testament to you going out there as a bright future. Let me hear you say bright future. No, you have to say it stronger now. This is my second time. Bright future. And against the background of that, I say in an Industry 5 world, and Dr. Brown and I have always said, well, boy, Sean, in Industry 5, we don't really reach there yet. But the reality is that we are living in it, right? And who missed, for example, the artificial intelligence train? It's already leave the station. So those who are not on it are going to have a problem. This university continues to lead by example with respect of the outcomes of this faculty, and I want to say it in a very public way and in this forum, that you continue to represent the essence of what the country defines as STEM. You have been successful in winning local, regional, and international competitions. Every morning I wake up, I'm seeing some event that we are winning. I mean, Mr. Cargill just introduced to me recently a team just preparing for a final challenge from the mechanical, industrial, electrical engineering programs who are working together to solve international problems, and they have reached the final. Give them a round of applause. So there's no shortage of talent here. You are quiet, unsung heroes, many of you. And engineers and computer scientists together are said to be introverts. You don't really talk a lot. I mean, it's just that I'm in the role of a dean, I need to speak up. I better speak up, right? But traditionally, you as students going into that work world today, the skill sets is both your technical hard skills and the soft skills required to actually deliver on what these projects are. And hence, over the next 2 days, I'll be seeing you where you will demonstrate your technical prowess, and you will also exhibit the soft skills to articulate what these projects mean and the significance to the wider society. So on that count, I want to say this is a memorabilia moment. We need to capture it in time, and I want to say congratulations in advance for what work you have been doing. I pass and see all around the place working on projects, preparing for today, and I think it's a testimony that your hard work is already paying off. Let's say it one more time. Bright futures. Bright futures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Thorpe. You know, it's interesting. I look at some of the faces here and you all look sleepy. Don't worry about it. You can sleep Friday night. All right. My apologies. Dr. Balvin Thorpe, welcome. I skipped over you. My apologies, sincere apologies. But, you know, I want you all to take a look at Dr. Thorpe. He's right here. And you also note who he's sitting beside. He's sitting beside the president of the GIE. And there's a reason for that, because Dr. Thorpe is the current president-elect of the GIE. And we also have the previous president of the GIE right there, Mr. O'Neill Joseph. So we have past, present, and future right there, all three of them. Not very often we get that in one room. So you are quite blessed here today, quite fortunate. Notice the UTech link. I want you to bear that in mind, that UTech link is very powerful. All right, we might be very quiet, UTech, but our graduates are placed in areas of influence in this country. Bear that in mind. You see, your lecturers, don't get vexed with us and ignore us when you graduate, you know. Bear us in mind, because influence, all right? All of these people, influence. All right, so I'll ask the head of the School of Engineering, to address you now, Dr. Shalon Stubbs.
Thank you, Therese. Professor Chambers. Good afternoon, everyone. Oh. Forgive me, I'm still stuck in South Korea. Yes, good morning, everyone. A special welcome to our sponsors, industry partners, students, and all invitees. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy day to join us, to celebrate our students, their ingenuity, creativity, and overall excellence. And over the next 2 days, as our president said, we pride ourselves, the University of Technology, pride ourselves in being delivering to our students practical hands-on education. And over the next 2 days, tomorrow in particular, the evidence of this truth will be on full display. I have had the opportunity, as our dean, Professor Thorpe mentioned, to have a peep into some of these presentations because our students are very passionate. And I have seen them in the parking lot working on their projects, the solar pumps and solar tracking system, very sophisticated. I saw even with significant cloud coverage, one of the projects, a solar tracking system, was able to achieve tracking, moving, trying to optimize the energy source from the sun. And I was like, whoa, this is very impressive. So I implore you, if you plan on just visiting today, please come through tomorrow and have a look at these posters, have a look at these presentations because they're awesome. And I'm so proud of the students. And I'm going to ask that our organizers of the event make sure to take videos and pictures because I think the plan is to insert these into our marketing campaign for recruiting students because there's nothing best to sell to prospective students to say, hey, this is what you're capable of. When you come to the University of Technology and you complete your diploma, associate degree, bachelor's of engineering, bachelor's in computer science, this is what you'll be capable of in 3 to 4, 5 years. So this is just awesome, and this is a very important event. And I want to extend a very hearty thank you to the administrative staff, to our major project coordinator for the School of Engineering, Mr. Andrew Johnson, to all our PDs, Mr. Alexander, Damian Cummins, Hugh Cargill, am I leaving out? Mr. Semester, where's Semester? I'm not seeing Semester. Mr. Semester, yeah, I want to thank you for the effort you have taken into organizing this event and making it such a, because this is a very important event for our students and for the university. And it showcased our marketing, our ability as engineers. Now, this also is a very special event, as the dean mentioned, because this is the first inaugural event where we are actually joining with the School of Computing to showcase our major and senior projects. And I hope that this will promote integration of our projects across schools. Because as Prof. Thorpe said, you know, the future is very intertwined, our futures, the School of Computing, the School of it, very intertwined. And a computing student will, when you go out in the real world, a computing student will have to talk to the software engineer, and the software engineer will have to talk to the computing student. And even within the School of Engineering, our 5 programs, current 5 programs, hopefully more down the road, the industrial, the civil engineer, the mechanical engineer, the chemical engineer, you all have to, we want to promote integration and cross-disciplinary projects because in the real world you have to communicate and talk with each other. I am not a graduate of UTech, so I can't boast like Prof. Chambers and all the others who have gone ahead of me, but in some way I do consider myself to be a product of the University of Technology. I joined the University of Technology at a very young age, in my early 20s, and it was here that I discovered my passion for controls and instrumentation while teaching the students in the diploma and the degree program. And it was that experience as a lecturer that where I made the decision to go and pursue studies in England in applied process control and one thing led to the other. I end up in South Korea, 14 hours, 18 hours, halfway around the world. And so I do consider myself a product of the University of Technology, and hence my decision to return home, my first choice was to return to the University of Technology. And I'm so proud to see that we have been continuing the transition of producing engineers, producing students who are excellent, not only in theory, but also in practice. And I want to ask that you just keep it up and let's grow from strength to strength. I want to see, this year we have, what, 32 projects, engineering projects. We have, what, 31 major projects. It's 42, man. 31 major projects, 9 senior projects. Yes, including senior projects. Only two. Okay. Oh, sorry, my apologies. What I would like to see, though, in the years to come is that our senior project numbers grow to be comparable to our major project numbers. What I would like to see in the years to come is that our sophistication and complexity of our programs grow from strength to strength. And I think that can be achieved as we seek to expand out our diploma programs, and that can be achieved as we seek to expand out the specializations and offering in our degree programs. So I'm looking forward to great things, but I'm celebrating today, but I'm looking forward to great things. Please enjoy your day, and I'm looking forward to the presentations tomorrow. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stubbs. You know, Dr. Stubbs actually was here when I started at UTech eons ago. I won't tell you how long because that will age us both. But it's so interesting. He and I were studying in the UK at the same time. You know, really interesting then when he left and came back. So he is, in fact, an adopted product of UTech. Let's go with that. I know that, let me acknowledge the presence of two people here. I see our guest speaker just walked in, Dr. Mackenzie, welcome. And also, I want to welcome Dr. Winston Seeley. He's sitting beside Mr. O'Neill Joseph, if you can't see him. He is a Fulbright scholar and from Purdue University. So I welcome Dr. Seeley. Thank you for being here. All right. And our major project coordinators, boy, you both look tired, but it's coming to a close tomorrow. You can get some rest. All right, so at this point, I'll ask our head of school of the School of Computing and Information Technology, Dr. David White, to come and give his address now. Dr. White?
All right, good morning, everyone, and thank you. All protocols observed. And for our guests, my colleagues are laughing because they know it's not. And President, they know how passionate I am about computer science. That's where my bias is. And the School of Computing, and I always say it's a travesty to just give me 5 minutes, because there's so much to talk about. It is truly an honor and a privilege to stand and speak to you this morning at this milestone moment. Vice President Young was reminding me that he has degrees in engineering as well when I sat beside him. But my bias is computer science. Unapologetically, I actually have a computer science degree undergraduate from UTech. I have a master's from UTech, and I have a PhD from UTech, even though I studied in China and I studied in Canada. And I came back to teach. But it is a milestone moment for computing and engineering This is not our first conference, but it's our first joint conference. And what we are witnessing is a landmark moment for the future, for your future. And I wanted us pause by acknowledging the hard work of the major project supervisors. I know what it is like, the endless nights, and the students calling you Saturday and Sunday. Sir, miss, you need to come up here, right, Dr. Maitland. Mr. Panther, right, from computing, and is it Legister from Johnson from engineering, right? I know the work. And thank you, Dr. Maitland, for chairing the ethics committee because they had to get ethics clearance. So students, it is your future. It is UTEC's future, but it is also Jamaica's future. Research at the undergraduate level is not just an academic exercise. It is a national investment. In this room, we have ideas that can disrupt industries. In fact, I said JTDA, which used to be Jamaica Computer Society. They are on the list of sponsors. And they were here this week, President Brown, with our technical. We have a retreat for the SCIC technical staff. And they were using tools that we have right here at UTEC to go online and ask a question, and it was answering, whether it was an academic advisement question or a tier 1 technical question. And in about minutes, they were able to train the AI. It was just awesome. So we have, and I've seen some of the projects, we have ideas that can disrupt industry. We can solve real-world problems. We can lay the foundations for technologies that can transform lives. Whether you work in computing, and of course the buzzword right now is AI, or renewable energy, and I saw a lot of solar projects, or cybersecurity, right, and the team is here, or robotics, and we have robotics projects that will be presented tomorrow. Each of you are contributing to something greater than yourself, because research matters. It matters at university. It matters in industry. And it absolutely matters in the development of Jamaica as a country. In fact, I'm a researcher. I lead the Intelligence System Research Lab, and we have never missed a meeting. Those of you who are members in the room know, right? And engineering students are part of it. We have never missed a meeting over the last 4 years, right? Just looking at the research. And some of that research was featured on national TV and even in the United Nations. So at university, research pushes you and us to think critically. It trains you to challenge assumptions. It touches or it teaches how to test and improve ideas. These skills, this mindset, this critical thinking is exactly what Jamaica needs right now. In the private sector, research and innovation drives productivity. And Dr. Mark McKenzie is here, and he will concur. And of course, it fosters global competitiveness. Countries that lead in research and development don't just follow trends. And I can tell you, we have been liaising with Microsoft. There's a big announcement that you will hear our leadership mention earlier. Microsoft just gave us the computers that they use to develop the Xbox games. They came last night. I saw them. Right. Why is Microsoft a leader? It was because of their investment in research and development. IBM will tell you the same thing. IBM at one point had so many thousands of patents in the computer science arena. So countries that lead in research and development don't just follow trends, they set them. And UTEC is a trendsetter. You are trendsetters. Think about the United States, South Korea, Israel, Germany, and some of the countries where I studied. They are innovation powerhouses. And it's not by accident, but it's because of the investment in research. Even the university I went to in Canada, research, research, research. That's what they push. So let us reflect on where Jamaica stands. Jamaica now invests just about 0.04, I repeat, 0.04% of GDP in research and development. The global average is 2.3%. Israel is 5%, and the phone I'm reading from was made in South Korea. They are over 4.5%. Investment in GDP, investment in R&D as a percentage of GDP. So it's not about size. It's about vision. If we want to compete on the world stage, like we do in sports and reggae and others, then we have to increase our investment in research. We must invest in you, and those online, you. So, all right, so, as we push, it starts right here. But it takes discipline. It takes discipline. So if we want to solve our own problems, instead of Jamaica depending on solutions from abroad, if we want to solve our own problems, if we want to keep the brightest minds, and you heard earlier, some of us have come back, right, to work right here, to come work in Jamaica, or even to work at UTech, and to give back, we have to continue to invest in research. We have to keep the brightest minds at home. Today is proof of what is possible. There are prototypes of a better Jamaica, smarter cities, better infrastructure, more efficient systems, stronger cybersecurity. I've seen some of the projects, and you're going to see them like Doc, my colleague, head of school from engineering. I saw the robot yesterday and the day before at finance. Just talking to the students who came for what it was to inquire about their financial status or clearance or so on. And the robot was talking to them and giving them a number. You are now B47. You have 5 minutes. Yes, sir. President, they said, finance said they're going to come to you and ask you if they can get a robot for them. And it was just answering questions. And the students on their phone got a little text message to say, all right, you're number 2 in the queue, right, for finance. You will be served at counter number B3. I've seen solar projects. You're going to see the engineering projects where a car driving around UTech and solar power alone, and then there's a collaborative one between computing and engineering, where a self-driving car. So I commend you, right? You are developers of progress. You are architects of national resilience. I commend you again for your discipline, for your curiosity, and for daring to ask, here at UTech, can we build something better? So let today be a reminder that innovation and research don't always start in government offices or in the boardrooms, Dr. Mackenzie, but it can start right here in the classrooms, in the labs. In moments of inspiration and persistence, Jamaica needs your brilliance. The Caribbean needs your curiosity, and the world needs your solutions. Congratulations. Thanks again to all the supervisors and lecturers. Students, congratulations from now, because I believe you are going to do well. Thank you, and all the best.
Thank you very much, Dr. White. Thank you very much. All right, so we're at the end of the addresses from the executive of our university and faculty. But while we step over now into another major address, I want to say thank you to our sponsors. You see them there. We have the JIE, Jamaica Institute of Engineers. We have Pepsi, JPS, PBS, PERB, which I know some of you will be talking to soon in another few years. We have Huawei. They're outside. We have JTDA. And we have always supporting us too, confectioners and snacks. We say thank you to all of them. There are booths outside. I would suggest to you all, go and have a chat. Don't just look at the booth. Strike up a conversation, all right? And if you can tell them about what you are doing, you never know where that could lead to. That's just a little hint to some of you. Okay. So at this time, I am going to ask Mrs. Brandice Jamieson to come up. She will be introducing our guest speaker today, Dr. Wayne Mackenzie.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Can I get a healthier good morning? Good morning. Thank you very much. All protocols observed. So as we gather under the theme, transforming the nation through collaboration, engineering, and computing, it is only fitting that we welcome a speaker whose career exemplifies this very mission. Today, I have the distinct honor in introducing Dr. Wayne McKenzie, a visionary whose work stands at the intersection of engineering excellence, innovation, and national development. Dr. McKenzie brings nearly 30 years of leadership in Jamaica's energy sector, underpinned by academic accomplishments that include a doctorate in business administration, an MBA, and a BSc in electrical engineering from University of Technology, Jamaica. He joined Jamaica Energy Partners in 1996 and rose to become the youngest national to lead a Jamaican energy company as general manager just 4 years later. I think that deserves a round of applause. Thank you. Today, he serves as president and CEO of the Jamaica Energy Partners Group, comprising JEP, West Kingston Power Partners, and Jamaica Private Power Company. He also leads EV Power Jamaica Limited, operator of Evergo Jamaica, the island's most advanced electric vehicle charging network. So this demonstrates how engineering innovation and strategic leadership can drive cleaner, more connected future. Dr. McKenzie has overseen transformative investments in renewable energy, including the acquisition of InterEnergy Jamaica Wind and 8 Rivers Energy Company, home to Jamaica's largest solar plant. His work proves how cross-sector collaboration, especially between engineering, computing, and business, can shape sustainable national outcomes. Dr. McKenzie is not only a corporate leader, but also a committed nation builder. A recipient of the Prime Minister's Medal of Appreciation and Order of Distinction, he is deeply involved in community development through education, health, environmental protection, and youth mentorship. His board services include the Jamaica Environmental Trust, Jamaica Conservation Development Trust, the Port Authority of Jamaica, and several others. Dr. McKenzie embodies the power of purpose-driven collaboration and stands as a national example of what can be achieved when engineering innovation is matched with vision, integrity, and service. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to our guest speaker, Dr. Wayne McKenzie.
Morning, everybody. And after this introduction, I don't know what is that I'm about to say, because a lot of things that I was said a while ago. Every time I hear an introduction about Wayne McKenzie, I'm wondering who they're talking about. Simply because I see myself in the same space where you guys are currently, young engineers. We heard, we heard, it's not gray, it's dyed silver. But, when I came in, I'm supposed to be talking about collaboration between engineering and computer. And when I came in, the first thing I heard was we had 45, or we have 41, and we have 35 and 7. 35 plus 7 is collaboration. Somebody thought we had 35 persons doing capstone. Somebody thought we have 7 persons doing capstone. But when you add them together, you get a collaboration between 2 persons at the front here. And then we had somebody from computing, showing a bias, right? And when I was at CAST, which is now UTech, we used to have computing over that side. We used to have engineering, which is this big building on that side. And we, the engineers, decided to bring computer into engineering. Just remember. You're good, right? All right, so having said that, again, good morning, everybody. All protocols observed. But I must recognize our students. And these students are really our future nation builders. It is indeed an honor to stand before you guys today, especially under the theme that has been ambitious and it is also timely. And that's transforming the nation through collaboration in engineering and computing. So it's not just a conversation that we're going to be having about technology. It's a vision that we can achieve and we must achieve together. It's when we combine skill, innovation, and purpose. So then I want to speak about three things, really. Why collaboration between engineering and computing is so powerful. Second reason is why this collaboration is already transforming lives right here in the Caribbean. And then third thing is, as students of UTech, how can we lead this transformation? You know, we hear words about disruption and disruptive earlier. And as a CEO, I love disruption. Because disruption is not necessarily negative. Disruption, it's a learned discipline where you look at what exists and you create changes that are beneficial to what exists for a better future. So years ago, as a young engineer, when people talk about renewable technology and panels, you couldn't get more than probably 100 watt on a panel. Now we're getting 650, 750 watts on a panel. And the prices for panels were so prohibitive that people didn't look at it. Now it's so cheap, battery prices are trending down. And what engineering and the twinning of computers done, where renewable is concerned, is create a resilience in small island development states. So that's disruptive and that's good. We're not talking about disruptive like crime. That's not what we do here. At UTech, we're positive about disruption that we do, right? So those are the three things that I'm going to be talking about. And as engineers, both in computing and engineering, we can recognize some of those things that are currently possible and are in process. So we look at the Panama Canal. When they did the Panama Canal initially, it was one of the engineering marvels of the world, just like Hoover Dam. But the canal would have outlived its usefulness until real engineering and computing came into play. So in the 2000s, when they expanded the canal itself now became something like a runway, where you need engineering to deal with the expansion, but you make money by using logistics, utilizing and optimizing time on these runways, which are now waterways, where ships can come in, come out, come in, come out, and bring goods and produce to different ports. That is the culmination of what engineering and computer did. Engineers build the facility, they build the construction, but it's the computing engineers that dealt with the logics that deal with time and motion. That's one of the things that's one of the beauty of collaboration. We, us engineers, could have built the dam, but we couldn't deal with the efficiencies unless we had the computing engineers to deal with it. So that's one of the things that, in my mind, and the power of interdisciplinary collaboration, where engineering and computing gave it intelligence. And this story it's not unique. You know, when we scan our luggages at the airport, it's engineering that does it, but it's the software engineers, right, that create the type of recognition and the coding which differentiates whether we have contraband in a suitcase versus clothes. And again, we're now adding security by the concept and collaboration of engineering and computing. So we can look at Jamaica, for example. And I think at one point in time, I think I was talking to Sean, and we're looking at smart traffic systems. And we understand we're bringing in significantly more cars here, and we need smart traffic systems, where in Germany, there's this highway that you call Autobahn, and you can drive as fast as you want. And people think you can drive as fast as you want, but that's not exactly how it works. How it works, it maps traffic flows. And then from a safety perspective, what it does is it triangulates distance of travel with the speed of the cars and will change over time the speed limit on these highways, right? And so it's the same thing that we have here, where there's now a network of interconnecting points with these traffic lights, where instead of having them being manned by people or assuming that you have 15 cars passing a traffic light or intersections, it's all manned by computing again. Again, that's collaboration between engineering and computing. And earlier we spoke about renewable and Barbados. We have any Barbadians in here? Because UTEC is a Caribbean facility, you know. We have any Bajan in here? Not one? Not one Bajan in a capstone? All right, I represent Barbados today. So in Barbados, right, Barbados is probably the leaders where EVs are concerned. Their transportation system is almost 100% EV. They build affordable rooftop water heaters. Again, with us doing the engineering without the software side of things to forecast demand, track output, or just speak about a solar car. And then you spoke about something else, an unmanned solar car, right? Well, it's the same thing. You forecast demand, you track output, and you reduce waste. This optimized energy consumption in Barbados, and it also reduced costs to the ratepayers in Barbados. Half of Barbadian homes are now solar energy, and that's a good model for the region. It speaks about resilience. All right, so many Jamaicans we have here now. Everybody put up your hand. All right, so we all have Jamaicans here. So what we have here? All right, so we hear the Minister of Agriculture talking about agriculture, right? And St. Elizabeth is where that has been pioneered. We have engineers and coders working together to deal with precision farming. You know, they use sensors for soil, GPS tools, and drones technology to help farmers grow more with less. So, again, if you think about all of this, if you think about engineers acting in isolation or computing engineers acting in isolation, if we're supposed to achieve something, where would we have effectively and positively contributed to nation building? As an engineer like me, or as a computing engineer like him? Singularly, we are not effective. Collaboratively, we are great. And that's exactly what it is about. That's why it's so important that engineering, and that was why it's so important that the department now twins both faculty under the same place, right? All right, so we talk about national relevance here in Jamaica and what we face. We look at climate vulnerability, outdated infrastructure, growing digital demand, and a youth population, you are full of creativity and skills. One of the misconceptions about boardroom, particularly my boardroom, is that we don't make decisions. What we do is we get the ideas from you guys, and we create a vehicle, or we sponsor those ideas, and then your ideas move from mind to paper, and from paper to execution. And then I make money. So that's exactly how it works, all right? It's not the other way around. I'm way too old. I mean, these silver hairs now become gray hair to come up with concepts and solutions. That's from you guys, and that's why we welcome innovation and disruption. So the civil engineer can build a bridge. The programmer can write the software. And when you twin them together, we have a bridge that opens, and we have a waterway that brings goods and services by way of boats into our towns. And that's what collaboration does, right? We could, well, every one of you should be old enough to remember COVID. And all of you should remember that we couldn't visit the doctor, we couldn't have, in-face meetings with them, but we had what you call it, virtual meetings with our doctors. We had industries emanating from the medical fraternity because of engineering and computers, to the point where many industries are no longer utilizing spaces for to conduct business, but they are doing them virtually. So again, positive disruption drives commerce. And it's all due to us, engineers and computing. So what are the roles that we have today as students? And I'd love to see your capstone. I really would love to see some of them. UTech is uniquely positioned where you're the home of engineering, your home of computer and design, and it's all under one roof. That's the beauty of this place. And we have to, and we need to continue working together. Just imagine this. A computing student teams up, and I don't know what your capstones are like, right? But a computing student teams up with an electrical engineer, like me, to build a solar powered device that helps students in rural areas access Wi-Fi. Just think about that. And I can tell you, this worked just with Beryl, because with Beryl, we didn't have electricity in St. Elizabeth and Manchester. So you have like a panel on your roof, and you have a bright country youth from Manchester who is a computer engineer. Just can you imagine? So those are some of the things that this institution does. And probably you might see it in some of the capstones that you're doing today. Our group of final year students from different faculties, all homegrown, build an e-bike prototype. So for e-bike, you have an e-car. So these are not just dreams. I wrote something not realizing that today we have cars that are powered by the sun. We have cars that are not only powered by the sun, but can power themselves. You guys are outthinking me as I write, and that's exactly what collaborative effort between the disciplines mean. So, practically, UTech as an institution encourage interdisciplinary final year projects. This is something that I've been doing. We used to do it probably as a stranded faculty, not a faculty, but the department. I was electrical power, so we focused on power. The electronic guys would have focused on electronics, but I was way back in the days. Now today, we're collaborative with our efforts. You have computing working with engineering. You probably have, and that's different faculties, that's different department in engineering, and that's good. That's very good. We push for shared lab spaces where students across faculties can collaborate. We ask companies to offer joint internships, and that's one of the things that we do. We, Jamaica Energy Partners Group, unfortunately, we now have 2 other assets with 2 different types of technology. So we have 3 thermal assets that burns fuel, and we're also looking at converting those thermal assets to gas. We also just purchased 2 other assets. One is wind, the other is solar. And we have a relationship with UTech. That relationship will expand now to renewable technology, where some of your students can intern with Jamaica Energy Partners in the renewable market. Not to forget, is Ricardo case here? Not to forget the e-mobility side of things. So I'll still allow Ricardo to say that they have the fastest charging station in the country. It's not really true, but well, the truth is they currently have I think they have a 150 kilowatt charger. We have more chargers on the ground. But we do have 200 kilowatt chargers. But Ricardo is a good friend of mine, so I'll give him that. But again, though, we have space through collaboration with the University of Technology to have students in electrical power, to have students in renewable, both wind and solar, and to host and teach students in e-mobility. And that's one of the things that, as a student of this great institution, is our way of giving back to the UTech. The other thing that is critical, we talk about things in just like our bobsled team. Just think about it for 2 seconds. We have sun, we have sand, and we have sea. We don't have snow. Right? You have a team of young people, I think it was 4, who decided that, you have a team of 4 and a team of 2, who decided they're going to enter an Olympic on an ice, with a device that runs on ice. And that's a bobsled team. And what they represent is what UTech engineers represent. We represent creativity, we represent resourcefulness, and we also represent collaboration. And that's exactly what engineering and computing brings to the fore. That's what you all should do where this country is concerned towards nation building. So in closing, it's not about any single individual. How many persons doing capstone today? I can see the hands of those doing major projects today. All right, so let me start with just 2 persons. Young lady in the red and young lady. Are you both doing the same thing? Also, you're working together? All right, let me see the hands of somebody else. Who else? It's not a hard question, just help me out. All right, we have any electrical power engineers here? All right, so if I tell you I'll give you a job, you put up your hand? I mean, I've been lying, but... All right, what I'm saying, though, the person sitting next to you isn't just your fellow student. That's somebody you're working with. You're alone when you're doing a project. Could you do it alone, or you both need each other? And that's the spirit of collaboration. I remember when I did mine, it was 4 of us, and we did an energy audit. One of our colleagues, I mean, he didn't really do much work, right? So we're doing the, to this day I can't forget. We're doing the presentation. That's not a friend of mine. So we're leading the presentation. And for some reason, I can't tell you this. Those persons who administer you present, they can look in your eye and then know you're lying. I can tell you that. So if you think you can trick them, don't. Right? So we're presenting, and then he said, the invigilator said to this friend of mine, I won't call his name, he said, "You, what type of retrofit did you do?" And he said, "Retrofit? And it's like him started to stutter now, because it's retrofit. And we're cracking up. So I started to answer, and he said, "I'm not talking to you, you." All right, so I hope you guys own your capstone. Is yours. Nobody can tell you anything about it. Own it. It is yours. All right? So another thing about collaboration is that you all should know what everybody do. Next. The next thing is why I am saying that disruption makes sense. I've listened to some of the comments by speakers before me, and your project sounds to be really, really good. Own them, you probably can monetize them. I don't know the relationship between the UTech and you guys when you do your presentations, but this could be the start of a business, all right? Think every single thing that you're doing here, without me understanding what you're doing, is scalable. So if you build a prototype car that can run on solar, engineering is scalable. Own it, copyright it, get somebody to finance the development and market it. All right? UTech, my son is an engineer, and when he did his capstone, the university that he did it with owns the project to, I think about like 60%, and they own it. And what some universities do is to give seed capital to grow the projects. So you can do the same thing with yours. You can market it. You have the tools, you have the training, you have the resources, and you have the talent. You need one more thing, teamwork across disciplines, and that's what a capstone do. So let's break down these silos. Let's merge the minds. Let's transform the nation through collaboration in engineering and computing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mackenzie. Give him a bigger round of applause, please. A product of this fine institution. All right, there was so much to take away from what he just said, but I'm stuck at the point where you mentioned, where you told them to own their work, own it. And I'll tell you something too, while a little gift comes in for you, Dr. Mackenzie. When I did both diploma and degree here, and when I did my diploma project, the night before the presentation, the motor blew up. And we all, four of us, looked at each other as if, dear Lord have mercy, what are we going to do? We had no idea, and then we sat there and we thought that all is lost now. But you know what we did? I'm not saying that we faked it. We didn't fake it. We were truthful. We told our assessors that the motor got damaged the night before. But you know what we also did? We told them exactly why it got damaged and what we should have done to prevent it from getting damaged. So it's not about failure. It's about how you recover from failure. All right? That's what people look at. And we got an A. All right? So bear that in mind. So now I'll ask Mrs. Jamieson, to come and do the presentation. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Chambers. Dr. Mackenzie? Hi. And I wanted to know, being a very busy man that he is in the boardroom, running his own business and at JEP, when the request was made for him to make the presentation, there was absolutely no hesitation. He was even the one to follow up to say, can we secure a date so that my schedule doesn't fill up? So I just want you to know that the commitment that he made to presenting to you guys, he really stood on it, and we really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. And where we are at the point now where we need to listen to some of the people who have made these 2 days great, all right? We have our sponsors who will come to address you. And I am looking, is Mr. Errol Smith here? Oh, yes, sorry, I saw you out there, I didn't see when you came in. All right. So our first sponsor who will address us from Mr. Errol Smith, he's a project director at Huawei Technologies Jamaica Limited. His company, his organization has been a great support to the School of Engineering and Jamaica in general.
Thank you. So good morning to all, good morning to the head of UTech and everyone, morning students. So again, we're very happy to be a part of your final year project presentation on this day. We've been doing this for the past 3 years, and of course, I don't know when we will stop, probably when you stop doing this. So we'll be sponsoring you as long as we're here in Jamaica, and of course, we're here to stay. So again, I'm Errol Smith. Yes, so again, I'm Earl Smith. I'm one of the program directors at Huawei Technology. I am also the head of the engineering department, which is, apart from sales, well, I think the engineering is the most important. The sales guys will say everything starts with a sale, but that's where I think. That's what I think. All right, so just a little about Huawei. So internationally, Huawei is the #1 service provider for telecoms equipment in the world. And this is through both sale in terms of revenue and also reach. We are reaching 170 countries. For the overall employee count, we're around 220,000 plus, with at least 115 R&D. Actually, now in the world, only Google spends more on research and development than Huawei Technology. So we're very much in tune to making or creating a connected world and making the entire world better, bringing technology to everyone. We have projects everywhere across the world. I can give you an example of a very innovative project that we have where in Africa we have devices, we've created devices that we connect to trees, and we use 5G technology to connect all of this together, and an AI would know the difference between a chainsaw or an axe. This is to actually stop deforestation. So we're doing our part. In Jamaica, we've been here for 18 years. So we started in 2007, and we've done multiple projects with Digicel, Flow, Claro, when it used to be here. And of course, we continue to work with Digicel and Flow. We have multiple business units. So Digicel and Flow would be the carrier network business group. We have the enterprise business group where we are now pushing. You can go outside, you see some of our enterprise products, switches, our smart board, which is really good. I think that you purchased a few, so the students will soon be playing with those. All right. In terms of digital power, so we actually manufacture EVs, and we are very much one of the leading battery manufacturers in the world when it comes to lithium-ion battery and technology. So definitely, as I say, we're here to stay. What I would like to also tell you about is we have our Seeds for the Future program, which you guys can apply for, where you get trips to possibly China. Yes? Oh, Doris was here last week, did it? Yes. And our internship, our engineering internship program starts next month. So you can go outside also. HR is there. They can tell you how to apply. We generally take around 10 engineers, and the aim is to hire all 10. So we don't train you and then discard you. You are here to stay. Once you come in the program, you will have a job, basically. So thank you very much for having us, and we'll always be supporting UTech.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith, but I am asking you to just remain right there for a moment, because a few weeks ago, the Faculty of Engineering and Computing had its faculty awards, but unfortunately, Huawei wasn't there. And we have something for you. So we will make that presentation now, as I know you are very busy, and we might not get you at another time anytime soon. So let us yes, I'm asking the Dean to come up to hand over the award, but let me just say, Huawei Technologies Jamaica Limited has made a transformative contribution to the School of Engineering at UTech Jamaica through sustained partnership, impactful student engagement, and their strategic academic support. Their annual sponsorship of the major project conference, valued at $1.5 million, and active participation, yes, and active participation as guest lecturers and assessors directly enrich student learning and align academics with industry needs. Huawei's robust internship and employment programs, you heard, please go out there and visit the booth. You want a job? 10 jobs. Their employment programs have provided FENC students with vital real-world experience, while their support of the Global Seeds for the Future program has exposed students to advanced ICT training and international opportunities. Additionally, their ongoing collaboration to enhance the telecommunications lab reflects a long-term investment in the university's infrastructure and research capabilities. Huawei continues to lead by example, championing industry-academia collaboration and shaping Jamaica's future ICT talent. Thank you very much.
I wanted to drop something in. You said that you've been building EVs, Huawei, and I know Dr. Mackenzie is busy working on his projects. We want an EV lab on the School of Engineering and Computing building spaces there. I want you to donate one of those EVs to us. Yes, man, I have to ask big, you know. So if I don't get a big car, we get a small one. And we can use it in the research projects. Give a round of applause for that, man. You don't want it to come into being. All right, leave it there.
I endorse that completely. Thank you very much. No, I don't want JPS to be upset, because JPS has been winners of this award in previous years. So we congratulate Huawei. And as I mentioned, JPS, the Jamaica Public Service, they are another sponsor who will be speaking to us now. And the person who will be addressing us from the JPS is Miss Michelle McPhee. She is a graduate of the School of Engineering, the electrical program. I taught her. I have to show off, okay? All right, she's big boss at JPS now, so I get to know her. Okay, all right. She's also on the advisory committee of the Electrical and Computer Engineering program as well. Miss McPhee, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Chambers. Good morning. I'm going to ask that all protocols be observed. I can recognize quite a few persons in the audience. Oh my God. And Dr. Thorpe and all the other members of the School of Engineering and Computing. I am actually totally delighted to be asked to speak with you this morning as a part of the sponsorship fraternity for the Faculty of Engineering and Computing. First of all, as Dr. Chambers said, I am a proud graduate of UTech from the School of Engineering. Dr. Chambers, like she said, taught me. Dr. Thorpe taught me. I can see all the other persons in this room who I would have passed through their hands at some point in time. I am currently the Acting Director for Engineering Services at JPS, who has been a long-standing sponsor of the Faculty of Engineering, especially in the major projects arena. And I can be proud to say that JPS has continuously lived up to the standard of support that they have provided to the Faculty of Engineering and Computing. We have just recently completed finalizing the completion of the renovation for the Power Lab. That is a very, very important project that helps in the development of students as they proceed through the engineering program and to assist, or when they come into the world of power engineering. So JPS has always sponsored that area and has been doing well in terms of continued support for that area. We, as a company, I think we have grown on the back of UTech, formerly CAST. Most of the students or most of the employees that would have passed through JPS would have come through CAST at some point in time. And now in the formative years, we've now seen an influx of persons from University of Technology. So we have been grown as a company on the back of UTech, really. So we still want to continue and maintain that tradition of growth with the new students that are coming through our program. We have a very vibrant internship program, and I am proud to say that basically almost all of our interns always get placement at JPS. So the internship program is now open. Deadline for entries is June 13th. So if you have your applications ready, now is a good time to start getting those out to get into the program. Placement is almost guaranteed. Once you come to the program, we work with the students to make sure they're fully rounded. Once they leave JPS, they go through a very rigorous program for the year that they're with us. So it's a good program to get into. So where we are going as a company, JPS is growing as a company. We are proud to say that we are still looking at engineering the grid of the future, and that is where you come in as new graduates coming out of university. We want to see that engineering coming from you because, I mean, if you look at it really, myself, Dr. Chambers, Dr. Thorpe, all the other persons here who have gone before you, I think based on lifespan, we have about 20 years left on this planet. I'm putting that at bare minimums at 20. So the future is really yours. And we want to make sure that the graduates from the School of Engineering and Computing are prepared to really look at what the future of power means, not for yourselves, because you still have about 50 years or more, but for your children who are coming after you. What does that future look like? So JPS is looking at building the grid of the future, and we want the partnership to continue from the School of Engineering. We have rolled out our EV program as well. I think we're leading in that area as it relates to EV rollout in Jamaica. We are the first electrical company to actually own and operate or successfully implemented in the Southern Hemisphere a battery energy storage program. So we are doing major things. We're big on getting into renewable energies now. So distributed energy resources, we are looking into that area. We are delving into that area. And you have grand opportunities now as students coming out of university to come with your bright ideas and your new way of doing things, what the future looks like, 2030 vision. We should be looking at all of those things to see where you as students can make a big difference for your country, Jamaica. I am thankful for the opportunity. Thank you, everyone, for being here. JPS will definitely continue to be a proud sponsor of the Faculty of Engineering. Thank you.
Oh, my heart is warmed. So many graduates of our faculty, so many graduates of our schools here talking to us today. I know JPS and JEP have a little bit of a competition going on, but they are both beneficial to the Faculty of Engineering and Computing, and I thank you all. And Huawei, our constant support, we are always appreciative. Okay. All right, so we've reached the point of the day where we're going to relax a little bit. Yes? We will relax with a little entertainment break. Mr. Ramon Johnston is here to entertain us. Mr. Johnston.
Good day, everybody. What one you take? Big up on yourself. One you take. No, man. Come again. One you take. No can make some noise, you know. No can make some noise, you know. One you take. One you take. One you take. Yeah, man. Me like, big up yourself, Mr. Panther. Yeah, you're a real G. You're a real G. All right, we'll get the first track. This one is an all-time favorite. I think you're joining, singing with me on this one. Yeah. You sheltered me from harm. You kept me warm. You kept me warm. You gave your life to me. Set me free. You set me free. The finest years I ever knew is all the years I found with you. And I would give everything I own, give up my life, my heart, my home, and I would give everything I own just to have you back again. Is there someone you know that won't let you go and is taking it all for granted? You may lose them one day and someone takes them away, and you won't hear a word they say. And I would give everything I own, give up my life, my heart, my home, and I would give everything I own just to have you back again, just to talk to you words again. So, is it a school here? Well, is it a school here? I'm at school this, School of Computing. But big up to engine still. One engine, one computing. That is it. So we could come again, yeah. Oh, is there someone you know that won't let you go and is taking it all for granted? Let me see everybody go so, yeah. And we may lose them one day, someone takes them away, and you won't hear what they say. And I would give everything I own, give up my life, my heart, my home, and I would give everything I own just to have you back again, just to talk to you words again, just to vibe with you, we vibe again. We're at UTech together again. Yeah, man. So we have another song coming up. I know I'm not gonna like that one here, because that one is well powerful. You're gonna know why. Can start the next track. You can turn it up a little teensy bit. Yeah. I can't go to church. Really possible. But with a very old classic. I don't know Sam Cooke, don't it? I know Sam Cooke, don't it? All right. I was born by the river, in a low tent, and just like the river I've been running ever since. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh, yes it will. It's been too hard living, but I'm afraid to die. I don't know what's up there beyond the sky. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change is gonna come. Oh, yes, it will. Look a freestyle. Said I'm right here at UTech. I'm gonna get my degree. Yeah. Now I'm gonna walk up proudly and say to my lecturers, thank you for having me. I'm gonna walk to all those places. And as Mr. David would said, go and get them millions, my brother, and come and give me some, please, yeah. Oh, yes, I will. Oh, then I go to my brother. Yeah. And I said, my brother, help me, please, yeah. But he wounds up, knocking me back down on my knees. Oh, there were times when I thought I couldn't last for long. But let me tell you something, I've gained the strength to carry on. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come, and it's gonna come. Oh, a change will come. Oh, change will come. I needed to believe in my brothers and sisters. A change will come, yes. I'm telling you now that a change will come. And it starts right here. A change will come. Yeah, yes. That change's gonna come. That change's gonna come. That change. That change is gonna come. That change. That change will come. That change will come. Say that change. That change is gonna come. Thank you.
No, I wasn't going to sing, but yes, we recognize that, Dr. White. We recognize that. But you know, the interesting thing is that from this faculty, we have a number of graduates who are in the entertainment business. You realize that? Some major producers coming out of our engineering program. We have singers from the School of Computing. So, you know, don't limit yourself, okay? And internationally, as fashion models as well, you know. We're all over the place. All right. So at this point on the agenda, we're supposed to have the item that comes next. We're not quite ready for, which is the official launch of the UTEC JA Racing Club. So guess what we're going to do? All right. We are going to have a quiz between the two schools. Yes, the School of Engineering and the School of Computing and Information Technology. And what we will do is the winning team, so it's going to be a team sport, all right? So we accept 3 people from each school on the team. So can you make your way to the front? The winning team will collect their prize tomorrow, all right? So let's get some participation here. And what you'll be asked are really FENC and UTEC questions. So we want to know how much you know about us. How much you know about your institution. Come on. Teams of 3. And you don't have to be somebody who you that close to, you know. Come on now, you don't want to win something. Engineering people, you hear computing said they're going to win? Come on. Come on, it's just a little bit of fun. Come on, come quickly. Dr. White, you're going to have to pull people down, you know. All right, so we have engineering coming down. We need one more person on the engineering team. Can we have a female? Come on, please. Yeah. Listen, computing, if you don't come down, you know, engineering going to collect prize. By default. All right, so while the computing team makes up its mind, I'm going to ask the engineering team to just introduce themselves, just their names and which program they're from.
Afternoon, everyone. So just to say, don't have any expectations for our team. Just to put it out there. So I'm Sherwin, and I'm from Electrical and Computer Engineering.
Hello, I'm Shaniel Unfer from Electrical Engineering.
Good morning. My name is Jordan Jackson. I'm from Electrical and Computer Engineering.
Okay, so that means electrical in the School of Engineering is going to win because I don't see any skid people yet. Don't be shy, man. This is just a little bit of fun. Come, man. Come. Just come. Just come. It's not going to last long and it's not going to test you too hard. Just a little bit of fun. How hard the questions could be after just 5 minutes of thought, eh? Thank you. All right, so I am going to ask, can I ask a non-biased individual to indicate which team raised their hand first? Mrs. Beckford, you can help us out? All right, so I'll ask Mrs. Beckford to help us out, to point out which team raised their hand. We need one. Okay, you're coming down. So while he walks down, can you introduce yourself, please?
I'm Timothy Brown, SKIT.
From which program in SKIT?
Computing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown.
Brianna Noyan from SKIT Computing.
Hello, everyone. I'm Justin Aldo from Computing.
Okay. All right, so we have the teams. All right, and I am the impromptu quiz master. Okay. So let me get my questions open. All right, yes. So the idea is when the question is asked, the team that raises their hand first gets the answer. If they do not answer or if they get the wrong answer, the question goes to the other team. All right, and the team with the most correct answers gets it right. And I'm going to ask, all right, I don't see Dr. Stubbs, but I'm going to ask Dr. White and Mr. Joseph's on his phone just to help me tally the scores. All right, have to get everybody involved, you know. Okay, so the first question is, from your school, School of Engineering, School of Computing and Information Technology, name 4 present and past heads of schools. Four. All right, the team that gives me the most correctly. All right, School of Computing going first.
Mr. David White is one. All right, was it Miss Burrell, Kalila Burrell one? Oh, okay. What? Okay, anyone else? Ideas, people, ideas? Look, isn't a hint, you know, miss.
You giving up?
Anyone?
The dean. The dean? General Durham.
You want minus point?
All right, so I've been asked to pass it on because he did give a couple of incorrect answers. Okay, so engineering, who is going to answer from engineering?
I'll give Professor Sean Stubbs. What's the next one? Mr. Joseph. Professor Sean Stubbs. Professor Sean Stubbs and Mr. Joseph. Miss Caroline Ferguson and Jax.
All right. So both of you are wrong. So I'm going to. They got, well, all right, so which one got the most correct answers? Engineering got the most correct answers, okay? I'll ask Professor Aples to answer both questions for me.
Wow. Okay, the first head of school was Mr. Cleto Day, for engineering. The second was, the one in the room. Well, Mr. Joseph, Professor Chambers is past head of school.
Oh, yes.
I am a past head of school. And also, for a kid, you know, you have your current dean, it was past head of school. Dr. Annette Campbell also past head of school. You know, Mr. White. The late Dr. Thomas, Wesley Thomas, he passed away this year. And Delia Fuller was the first. Miss Delia Fuller was the first.
Okay. All right, come on now, ladies and gentlemen. You need to step up, man. Step up. All right. So, engineering got that one. Not good enough, but you got that one. All right. Q2. Question 2. All right. Again, 4 people. I want you to name this now. 4 program directors, whether past or present, from your school. All right. Skit went first. You raise your hand and answer.
Go for it. Trust me.
So, we have Miss Muriel Batrick. Batik. Yeah.
You can't be waiting so long.
No.
Answer.
Miss Tanya Graham.
Okay.
Next one.
Time running out.
Dr. Patrick Linton.
Dr. Patrick Linton?
No.
No? All right. So, passing on the microphone Engineering, your chance.
All right. So we have Mr. Ferguson, Miss Caroline Ferguson. That's one. Program director. We have our current program director. We have Dr. Isaacs. That's how much gone? 3. Oh. 3. True God.
All right, we're running out of time. All right, they're running out of time. Should we stop now? Yes. Okay, running out of time. Do we need to pass it back to Skit to add more?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
No? All right, so judges, who won there? And it's a tie. It's a tie. I don't know. No, we have a few more questions, but let me just say the Skit program directors who are in here, raise your hand, current or past. So we have 2, 3, 4, 5. My goodness, you couldn't just look around. All right, so engineering, present and past program directors, can you please raise your hands?
Mr. Von Alexander, that's 3.
Too late. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. All right, so let me see. Do we have time to go through with more? Okay, all right. Question 3. You must be able to answer this now. This is a speed question. Whoever hand go up first. Name your major project coordinator. Engineering went up first.
So the program director is Andrew Johnson, Mr. Andrew Jackson.
All right, so it is 2-1. Is that the score? Okay, all right. Now, here's a little bit of a, this one shouldn't be a challenge though. Which company was our guest speaker from and which program did he graduate from? Keep looking that way.
Okay, so the guest speaker was from JEP, Jamaica Energy Partners. Jamaica Energy Partners.
Okay. And which program did he graduate from here?
Yeah, engine. No, it wasn't. It was mechanical or electrical. Electrical engineering.
Electrical engineering. So he got it. He got it. Okay, so we are in a tie. So here is the tiebreaker questions. Okay. Look that direction. All right, turn around. All of you turn around. Name 5 of our sponsors today. Whose hand went up first? Engineering hand went up first. So says our judge, Mrs. Beckford.
So we have JPS, JIE, Pepsi, Huawei, and Spectra.
All right, so thank you. All correct. That was our tiebreaker, so thank you all very much. The winning team is from the School of Engineering. Thank you. Okay. All right. So tomorrow, make sure you're available for your gift, your prize. I was promised a prize, so be here to collect it. All right, so the launch is going to be in 6 minutes' time. So I'm allowing you all to just stretch your legs, do a little bathroom break, and come back quickly. We will be starting at 11:20. Don't go far, please. All right? But while I have some of you remaining, let's just say, take a look around at the people in here with you. All right? Academic staff, sponsors, visitors, but also look at your fellow students. Because these will be the people with you for the rest of your life. All right? Leave no one behind. Don't go too far though, you know. Don't go too far.
I'm Andrew Johnson, the Major Senior Project Coordinator for the School of Engineering.
protest.
In, I would also like to welcome Council Member Alric McNabb. Thank you for joining us. All right, he's sitting right here at the front. Our Pro-Chancellor, what am I saying? Our Pro-Chancellor, Mr. Alric McNabb. Welcome. All right, so important part of the day today. I don't know if you don't notice the change in attire that we are now seeing. Yes, I'm a little bit jealous, but such is it. Such is it. Okay. And I'm quite sure there's room for me there, so, you know. All right. So at this point, I will hand over the proceedings to the faculty advisor of the UTEC Jamaica Racing Club, Mr. O'Neill Mason. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, moderator. All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. At this point, I would like to hand over to our moderator for this segment, Amelia. Amelia will take the podium and the proceeding will begin. Thank you.
All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my pleasure to welcome you to the official launch of the University of Technology Jamaica Formula Student Club, UTEC's Racing Club. My name is Amelia Mosley, and I am social media and PR lead of UTEC's Racing Club, and I have the honor of moderating the segment of today's program. This segment features a series of engaging presentations and remarks highlighting both local and international collaborations with student-led motorsport engineering and project management. We will begin the opening remarks from Dr. Kevin Brown, the president of UTEC Jamaica. Next, we will have Mr. O'Neill Mason, the faculty advisor of UTEC's Racing Club, which will deliver a presentation titled, Why Formula Student at UTEC Jamaica? Providing an insight in the significance of the competition in shaping future engineers and professionals. Following this, we will hear from Andre Bogle, team captain of UTEC's Racing Club, who will share his professional experiences, offering a student's perspective on the values of participation in Formula Student. At this point, Mr. Mason will be re-invited to the podium to introduce distinguished guest speaker, Mr. Matthew Lee, who is an active member of the Jamaica Motorsport Racing Fraternity. On completion of his speech, Mr. Bogle will return to the podium to unveil the UTEC Racing 2025 car design. To close this segment, we will receive brief remarks from Dr. Shannon Scrubs, head of Stabs, head of School of Engineering, University of Technology, Jamaica. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please join me in welcoming to the podium Dr. Kevin Brown.
All right, thank you so much, Amelia. Good afternoon, everyone. It's still morning. So, boy, I'm on Korean time again. There's a Korean bug going on in there, no? That's England? All right, I'll take that one. But thanks again for joining us for the launch of the UTEC Racing Club. This is an exciting time for us at UTEC. As some of you may know already, when I left UTEC after finishing my mechanical engineering diploma, I migrated to the UK for further studies. I thought I'd come back straight after. But I stayed there for another 23 years. And while I was there at the University of Nottingham, I discovered Formula Student. And it's a racing competition where universities design and build a racing car and they compete. It's a competition that happens in the United Kingdom, it happens in Europe, and also America. And you're going to learn much more about it from O'Neill when he comes up to tell you why UTEC has chosen to aim for that competition. So it's not just going to be a student project. We are aiming to enter the competition. And so when I had the privilege and honor of becoming president in September 2023, it's the first thing I pitched to the then head of school, O'Neill Josephs, that we should try this project. We should try and get a racing club up and running. And he, I must give him credit. He took that project by the mantle and really tried to get it off the ground. In fact, he was part of the first cohort of students. This is going to be the second cohort of students who have been involved in the design of the car. And then, of course, O'Neill, who you'll hear from next, has taken on the project because he's also familiar with Formula Student because he was also in the UK as well. So when he was at the University of Huddersfield, he was involved in a Formula Student team. So we have some good experience, and so I decided to sponsor the team from my office. It's a student club, right? So even though it's based in the School of Engineering, all students, every single UTEC student who wants to join the club can join the club. It's open. In fact, what we did was we registered the club with the Students' Union. So it's a student club. We want it to be student-led and driven, right? And us, I'm just sponsoring it, and O'Neill and all the academics in the School of Engineering, we're just advising and supporting the students, right? So it's a student club. And why do we need all students to participate? Because the competition is not just about the car design. In the competition, our team will have to present a business case, right? You'll have to solicit funding, encourage all these wonderful public sector companies to sponsor us and to support us to get us there. So it will take all talents, right? So even the engineers will do what they need to do, and the computing students as well. We will need all talents across the campus. So it's an open. And one of the key things about this competition and this car is that it reinforces why what UTEC has been doing for many years. We have been combining theory with hands-on application. And this is the ultimate for us, because now we're bringing motorsports to UTEC, right? Jamaica actually has a thriving motorsports industry. Some probably see it as an expensive hobby, right, Sean? Right. But I will tell you that a lot of aerodynamics good, a lot of development, a lot of ingenuity goes into Absolutely, absolutely. So Sean Lynn over there is a past student. Started engineering and decided to go over to computing after year one. I won't say anything. Boy, okay. Let me get back on track. Thank you. Sean is here. Come mash up my lunch. Eh? There, good comeback. But I'm picking on Sean because I want to go out on a limb and say they're our first sponsors. He's part of Lubit Performance and Miserable Motorsports Racing Club, or team. And it's their car that you see outside there, right? And so we're trying to bring them on board to support the team, but also to mentor the team because they design, build, and race these cars. In fact, I think there's a race coming up in June at Dover. So we want them now to be part of this project, not just as corporate sponsors, but to get involved, come and work with the students because we need expertise and experience that you have. And so this is why I'm really glad that also we have from the corporate space, Kerry-Ann Fenton Davis and her colleagues from JPS, right? And you may have noticed that JPS is now going really hard on electric charge points, right? They have embraced electric mobility, and so we're glad to have them here. We want to have them on board as a sponsor. I think what I would say to any corporate sponsor or potential sponsor out there, goes beyond UTEC. This is a national initiative because what we're trying to do is to be the first Caribbean university to enter Formula Student. First one, right? And we don't want to just go there to participate. We want to go there and win. And we want to win with the JPS logo on the car, right? We want to win with the Lobit Performance logo on the car, right? And many other corporate sponsors' logos should be on that car because it's not just UTEC, but I want you to think Team Jamaica, right? That's the flag we're going to be flying. Because if we can show that our students, young Jamaican students, can design and develop a very sophisticated electric racing car, then hopefully that will also give confidence to investors to say, hey, maybe I should bring my company to Jamaica because they have some talented people down there who are now racing a car in an international competition. So this is how I want the private sector to see this initiative as a national imperative, right? Not just a UTEC competition. So without further ado, I'm going to hand you over to the team. They're going to go into the details of the car, and at the very end, we're going to unveil our design, right? It's taken us 2 cohorts of students. This is really, really hard to design the car, but this team has managed to put together a design. Last year, we didn't quite get there, and so they've also done some engineering, and if you have some time tomorrow, you can come and present it. You can listen to their presentations, rather, on some of the engineering that they've done using computational fluid dynamics to do the aerodynamic work and so on. So I hope you're as excited as I am because the next few years are going to be, we're going to be creating history here. And so I hope you will join us on that journey. And let me just also acknowledge the presence of our Pro-Chancellor because there was thinking that I know the Pro-Chancellor wears many hats, but when he came, I'm trying to introduce him to the Lubit team, and the Lubit team are saying, well, we know this guy, so I don't know which era, which industry, which part of Jamaica Pro-Chancellor hasn't been involved in, but he's here, clearly has some motorsports in him, so we look forward to his support, and we want to thank Dean Thorpe and our head of school, Dr. Stubbs, and everyone involved, all the academics, O'Neill Josephs, Dr. Balvin Thorpe, all of them here I'm seeing, won't call out the names, for your support. The team, by the way, cannot only be run by Mr. Mason. So I'm calling out all my colleagues in the School of Engineering and School of Computing that now that you know what we're trying to do, it's not the president's project, it's a Jamaica project that just happens to reside here. Get involved. When Mr. Mason call on you, jump in. We need electrical engineers like Professor Chambers to get involved. Right? We need all of you now. This is a university and a national imperative. So
I want to see the next academic year having full support from the school and full support from corporate Jamaica. All right, thank you very much. I'm going to hand you over now to O'Neill.
Okay. Thank you, President Brown, for that opening remarks. And I will now jump into my presentation. So, as we were informed, or as you can see there on your screen, the title of this presentation is Why Formula Student at UTEC, Jamaica. And of course, it's a valid question. Why not ask the question? I know the president said it's a Jamaica project. It's not just UTEC's project. It only resides here. So let us expound on that. Why Formula Student? But what I'm going to do before I get into the presentation, I want to pick your brains a little bit. I want to check your motorsports knowledge. Let me see a show of hands who know that in Jamaica we have rally competition. That seems to be maybe 3/4 of the audience in the room. Fair enough. What about drag race? Karting? Okay. What about Formula One? It's not in Jamaica. Red Bull was here. But we don't have Formula One in Jamaica. Okay. That is a fair response. But what about before today, and besides the students who've been working in Formula Student for the better part of 2 years now, how many of you knew there was a Formula Student competition? Hence the reason why this presentation. Because not many people knew of it. You now heard of it, but I'm gonna now inform you what it is. Now, there's a lot I could say about this competition, but time wouldn't allow us today for me to go through all of that. But what I'll do, I will introduce you to Formula Student and then explain why Formula Student is here in Jamaica. So the objective of this presentation is to explain to you, by the end of this presentation, you should know what Formula Student is. You will also be informed of the benefit, or you will understand what's the benefits of Formula Students to the universities, this university and others, and industry. So, now Formula Student, as you can see on the screen there, Formula Student is an international engineering competition that challenges university students to design, build, and race a small Formula-style race car. Now, I could go further to say Formula Student is the student version of Formula One. So you all know Formula One. Formula Student is the student version of Formula One. And I will also go further to say that Formula One recruit a lot of their staff from Formula Student competition. So when you go to the competition, there are oftentimes recruiters from these teams in Formula One. So the competition was the brainchild of the Society of Automotive Engineers. Its first international engineering design competition was held back in 1979. So it existed for a while. It's not new. It's been around for quite some time. SAE brought this event to Europe, specifically the UK, in 1998. The competition was held in various venues, including the Motor Industry Research Association Proving Grounds in Warwickshire, and the NEC, that's the National Exhibition Centre in Birmingham, among others. They hosted the competition before it moved to and held its first competition at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit in 2007. And that's where it's been ever since. Yeah, in the UK, it's mainly held at Silverstone. However, I want to point out that Formula Student is now adopted by many countries around the world. Hungary, Spain, Germany, Japan, even Brazil in this region has a Formula Student competition. On this side, we also have America, but they still maintain the SAE rather than Formula Student. Formula Student, the term Formula Student was coined by IMechE, that's the Institute of Mechanical Engineering, and that's based in the UK. So that's the European version of it, but it's the same thing. Now, because we are on this side of the hemisphere, we were, as an institution, trying to target the American competition. So we intended to enter the competition in Michigan because there are a number of competitions in the US. I was also trying to reach out to those in Brazil to see if we may enter their competition at some point. But nonetheless, so we are still in the developing phase. We need to get through this, get our students fully on board, fully able to develop the car, and then we will take it from there. The images you're seeing on the screen is the motor industry research proving ground in Warwickshire, and that on the other side is in Birmingham, the exhibition center. Just to give you an idea what it looks like. Okay? Now, Formula Student is one of the world's most prestigious student engineering competition. The competition allows students to apply their theoretical knowledge to real-world scenarios, fostering innovation and teamwork. Those were actually the words of Ross Brown, OBE. You may know him to be one of the, he was a manager at Mercedes Racing, Formula One Racing. Okay, so let me tell you a little bit more about the competition itself and what the students are expected to get involved with later on. So there are 3 Formula Student entry at the competition. So Formula Student, first entry is Formula Student Class. It was formerly called Class 1. It's now called Formula Student Class. This is the main event where teams compete with the car they have designed and built. There's another competition which is called Concept Class. It was formerly called Class 2. Now this class, the Concept Class, is for teams who have only completed the project plan for a Class 1 car. It is for inexperienced teams to practice their development in advance of a full Formula Student Class entry. Teams are judged on business presentation, cost, and design. Now, I would want to stress business presentation. Now, the concept of Formula Student is that the engineering faculty will design a car, but it has to be treated as a business. Because in reality, no industry operates and trade with anyone if they're not operating as a business. Hence the reason we believe we should bring as many faculties as possible from the institution on board to support the team. When I did Formula Student back in the day, we, the engineers, had to do everything. So we were doing business case, marketing, everything. And I tell you what, it was a lot of work. Now I'm thinking, if we have business students on campus, if we have marketing students on campus, why are we, the engineers who are focusing on the technical aspect of the car, are being bothered with marketing, communications, business plan, business development? Why? We are very, very busy. And if that's what the business school does every day, day in, day out, why not? Because the objective of Formula Student is to give students real life experience before they enter the working world, before they enter industry. And of course, the business students need experience as well. Marketing students need experience as well. And I'm telling you, it's not going to get any realer than this. This is as real as it will get. So it's not simply just a project at the institution. It's actually giving the students real experience. Now, in 2019, Formula Student also introduced what they call the autonomous class. And this was introduced for a driverless version of cars. So we now have driverless cars at the competition. Okay? So that's an aspect we want to explore here at the institution as well as we develop. Now, I believe over the last 5 to 6 minutes, I've said a lot about the competition. At this point, would you agree that you have learned something about Formula Student you didn't know before? Yeah, you're still unsure? Huh? You're sure? You're sure you haven't learned or you learned? You've learned something. That is the intention. Okay, so what I'm going to do, just to consolidate that knowledge, I'm going to play a video. If you just go back one slide, please. I'm going to play a video which should help to clear up any doubt you may have about Formula Student. The video is about 4 minutes long. So this video was taken in 2016 at the Formula Student competition in Silverstone, at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. So when you're at the competition, this is what you're expected to see. Students into the workshop, and they will start taking out their cars. At these competitions, sometimes you can have up to 120 entries. So it's not easy to enter these competitions. You have to fight for that space. And you will see from here, you will have some very, very sleek cars. Some of these guys are being sponsored by the likes of BMW, Audi, Shell. I was in Austria at a competition, and some teams, electrical team, telling me that their budget was 1.5 million euro. My team were only operating on £60,000. So we were nowhere compared to the budget these guys have. Okay? And these guys were treated at the institution as a business. Once you enter Formula Student, you're treated as though you're going to work day in, day out. You get your own office, and you'll be doing your design work. That's how it's treated. Okay? I'll let you watch the video. Okay, so let me try again. Is there anyone in this room who doesn't understand what formula student is? All right, that means I've done my job. Right, so if you have the opportunity to speak to any of the students who are involved with formula student here at the institution, they will tell you it's not an easy feat. It may look simple, but anyone who is involved with car racing, car design, and manufacturing, it's a lot of work. Hence the reason why we shed some of the load to the business school and the marketing faculty, because there's a lot of work on the engineering side to cover. So, but then why formula student at UTech JA? There are a couple of things. Of course, the president sort of hinted, there's a sort of story, a longer story behind it, but sort of hinted at when he came here, he introduced it, etc., etc. I could have gone further into that story. But I just say, if we think about it, the Prime Minister back in last year, 2024, have announced that or declared Jamaica to be a STEM island, right? And I've heard with the new agenda for this institution, the reset agenda, we're talking about UTech being the nation's STEM university. So what better project to have in place at this institution? And of course, we're going to be the first institution in, let me say, the Caribbean, who will be introducing formula student to our students. Okay? So that's a good reason, I believe, to have why we should have it here. But also, there are a number of other benefits, because with these type of projects, if you manage to develop, to design and manufacture that car, it will bring you into a totally different frame of mind after you complete this project. Because as I said, it is the closest you're going to ever get to industry standard. Okay, so there's another thing we pointed out, the president has actually mentioned, is that who can participate? Now, I'm sure that's clear by now. Next slide, please. Who can participate? Now, yes, when it started out, it was an engineering faculty project, but business school, marketing, and everyone else. In fact, what I was thinking, we do clothes and textile, and of course, the team wears team gear. Why can't they make the project, the team's uniform annually as a project? Because this is not an extracurricular activity. People don't do this on their spare time. It is actually integrated into your major projects and seminar programs, right? So this, for our students, this is their major project. So even though it's a club, it's registered as a club, it is incorporated into the syllabus, into the curriculum. Okay? So you will be credited for whatever work you put in to the project. So what are some of the benefits then for the students? As pointed out earlier, application of theoretical concepts, develop design and analytical skills, planning, problem solving, technical writing, testing, and iterations. I think some of you may pronounce it as iterations, but financial budgeting and cost control, marketing and presentation skills, project management and time constraints, interdisciplinary collaboration, that is very important, understanding industry standards and regulation, and of course, your academic accreditation. And of course, I could mention more. So the institution now, of course, there must be some benefits to the institution. Application of theoretical concept, a demonstration of academic excellence, promotion of practical learning, recognition of innovation and research, international recognition. Of course, when you start enter competition overseas, they will start hearing about the University of Technology, which many people wouldn't have done in other countries at this point. But they will start seeing the logo, they will start seeing you representing at the competition. Differentiation in a competitive landscape when you start comparing universities. It will boost the institutional morale, enhance media exposure and public relations, alumni success stories. That's for those of you when you leave here. You will be talking about this. I still speak about mine, plus many others. And of course, there are many stakeholders, so we can't leave anyone out. Our industry partners, they will be exposed to new talents. You know, these are future professionals coming through the systems. They will have direct access to these students by working with them over the years. Brand visibility, i.e. will showcase, for those of you who are now currently operate in the motor and racing space, you know that there are logos on these cars. It's a brand visibility opportunity there. And CSR opportunities. You will be contributing to the educational and professional development initiatives of this country. So there are a number of reasons why you should get involved with Formula students. Now, because of time constraints, I would like to take some questions, but I suppose I'll take the questions afterwards when we see you on the outside. Thank you all for listening.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will now introduce Mr. Andre Bogle to the podium.
Sorry, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. Well, they've given me a hard act to follow, following Dr. Brown and Sir Mason. I think Sir Mason touched on a lot of the topics that I wanted to touch on. So what I will do is instead, I will touch on the student acceptance, or should I say the student optimism surrounding the Student Formula Society. At this moment in time, the interest from students, we have approximately 200 students in our club, keeping in mind that we launched our club this year. And of these students, as Dr. Brown and Sir Mason said, it's not just engineering. We have students from business, we have students from marketing, we have students from SKIT, so it's all across the university. I know the engineers are extremely excited about this club. To say they're happy like children on Christmas Day, that would explain how excited they are. There are times, 1 o'clock in the morning, I have to be muting my phone because they're saying, boy, I'm working on this chassis, and I need this, and so they're really, really excited. The student population has gravitated towards it immensely. And also, anyone who we approach, whether in the university or outside, they're keen to help us. They're keen to be a part of it. We have gotten sponsorships from software companies. We've done tours with persons who are or have been in the racing fraternity. So I can only say that this is looking up. Everybody is excited for this club and the impact that it will have. I mean, they say that everywhere you go in the world, you can find a Jamaican, right? We all hear that, right? Yeah. So, I mean, we do have Jamaicans in Formula One. We actually have Alex Powell, who is driving with Mercedes. And this would be an excellent segue for us to get into the engineering side of it. And outside of just international recognition, international experience, I mean, the club actually wants to get the car built, and we want to carry it to Dover one day. We want to be a part of the Carnival of Speed. We want to go to a JRDC open track day, right? So all I can say is this is an excellent initiative. The students gravitate towards it, all aspects of the university. Motorsports is very big in Jamaica. And if you look around the room today, you will see quite a few students in the UTEC racing shirt. And this is just a section of the club. These are just the executive members or the team leads for the different sections of the club. So from this, you can definitely see that students want to be a part of this. We're excited to be a part of this. And as everything associated with the University of Technology, excellence is what we're after. All right? So I won't take up very much time because I know we're running behind. And with that, I will close off. I actually wanted to show the progress of the teams on what they built, but the team leads begged me not to, so we will just have to settle for the rendering of the car. They didn't want me to come up here and steal all the shine for them, so we'll settle for the rendering of the car, and I'll show that to you later on in the program. Thank you very much. All right. I will call back Mr. Mason to introduce our guest speaker for today.
Thank you, Mr. Bob. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I would like to introduce our guest speaker. So our guest speaker was born and raised in Jamaica to parents Paul Lee and Lisa Bowman Lee. Both parents, by the way, are champion racers. Matthew Lee is his name, has always dreamt of becoming a professional race car driver, seeing that it is, as he may say, seeing that it is in his blood. As a child, he stood watching on the sidelines as both parents competed in a shared integral CSR race car. In 2015, he and his dad built up a 1992 PCR chassis fitted with a Yamaha KT100 engine, where he entered his first karting event and winning his first competitive race. Matthew acquired a Subaru Impreza STI Type R race car in 2017 and began to build it for the 2018 season. Most of Matthew's experience and skill comes from karting, as he has spent many off-season hours training and practicing with his parents. Matthew is a graduate, by the way, of the University of Technology, holding both a diploma and a BEng in mechanical engineering. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome to this podium, Matthew Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. Good morning. Well, it's afternoon now. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, he introduced me well. You know, let's have a helmet here. Yes. So, how's everyone this morning? Well, this afternoon. Oh gosh. Sorry again. Yes. Well, my time in motorsports, as both a race car driver and an engineer, is somewhat recent. I mean, it's like about the past maybe 7 years. So, but my family has been involved in motorsports from before I was even born. My father started racing karts in the 80s, and then my mother got involved in it. And then I guess my birth kind of put a hamper on their racing career. Sorry about that. But in 1999, they actually acquired a Integra GSR race car. And that was like my love from that. And I've been, from the period of about 2000 to about 2014, I attended every single Dover event. And I'm not kidding, like every single Dover event. And I've always wanted to be a race car driver. I mean, I helped my dad a lot with the designs and such of the Integra, and also with other teams. We, as a family, which is a PNL racing team, we have a lot of championships in rallying, circuit racing, drag racing, as a matter of fact. So we actually have a lot of stuff under our belt. I recognize a familiar face, Sean Lynn. Sean knows me from our kids, so he can probably testify to some of the things that I'm saying. But, but we can talk about the Subaru STI, since we want to talk about some designs. We concentrated heavily on aerodynamics in the latter stages of things, because when we acquired the car was what you call stock, mostly. And we competed it in 2018, and where we won 2 championships, which was the MP4 and the IP2 championship, with me at the wheel in my rookie year. So that's to date, I don't think that has ever been accomplished by any other race car driver in Jamaica. So to win 2 championships in the rookie year. But yes, we acquired the car in 2017, and in terms of like engineering-wise now, you can notice a lot of the things. We're right here, kind of not visible. You have a front splitter, which was actually fabricated by me and my father. It was. I don't think anybody can guess what this is made of. Can anybody? It's actually partially fiberglass, but the core of it is actually 3/8 dress plyboard. And nobody would believe that, meaning that what we did is that we cut out the fiber, the plyboard, and then we reinforced it with fiberglass, to the point where I had a challenge with my father, and I said, I bet I can stand up on it if you put that 2 points, and I bet I can stand on it, and I did that, so it handles a lot, and I'm pretty sure if you were supposed to stand on a piece of dress ply, you would end up not further than the floor, but you would fall. But that's what, oh, sorry. But yes, so, yes, so that's what we did right there. And the reason for that splitter, actually, is because you notice that the car has a very large rear wing at the back of it, right? So we had to have some form of aerodynamic at the front, downforce-wise, to complement the rear, because if you just leave the rear of the car with a lot of downforce, when you're going at high speeds especially, you can actually cause lift, and that's not what you want in a race car. You want to have the car almost sucked to the ground, So that's what we did in terms of the aerodynamics, and also what we have been doing since off-season as well, is we're trying to get the car more flat-bottomed, because I don't know how many, the Formula student representatives probably know about this, but you have something called ground effects, right? It was done by, oh gosh, my memory going right now, but it was actually done, I think, by Lotus in this, Colin Chapman with the Lotus 79. And that guy he's a marvel in terms of engineer. Like, he built some different type of cars. You had active type of ground effects, and which is actually in Formula One now. So we are trying to achieve somewhat of a sealed underside of the car, and also try to get the side skirts. I mean, Sean and his team is actually my competitor, so I don't really want to give out too much information. So. Huh?
Engineering students can tell you that the more air you have above,
yes,
the less dense below.
Right.
That actually creates a vacuum.
Correct. Right, exactly, which is what we're actually trying to achieve. So we want to seal underneath the car and don't allow a lot of air pressure to go underneath, because air tends to be kind of lazy, and it will always just go to the lowest pressure area. You know, that's what it kind of does. But yeah, so that is in terms of the aero work that we have done on the car. Inside of the engine is a Subaru STI EJ 2.5, which is EJ 25, which is it features a long rod, which was built by a company called Outfront Motorsports, the block. The heads are ported by myself and my dad. The cams are GSC 274s. I'm giving a lot of specifications here, but yeah, we did a lot of the head work ourselves here, you know. So in terms of engineering-wise, the Faculty of Engineering helped me to understand better about clearances, in terms about material selections, even with the suspension design of the car. We actually built our own bump steer kit, because I have the privilege of actually driving this machine here and also designing it, help my father to design it, you know. So when I go up there and we actually test the car and I come back and I say, hey, Daddy, the car doesn't feel right. When I go into Pinky's Bluff, I get in some bump steer here and there. So I'm saying, okay, let's go back to the drawing board. So we'll go home and we pencil it out. We say, all right, what can we do? And then we'll go back to our test session and we go back out there, do some adjustments here and there, maybe lower the suspension, soften it, dampen it. We install the bump steer kit, which actually corrects the tie rod and the control arm of the car, right, to get it more level so that it doesn't stay up like this. So it gets back into its correct position, because you lower the car now to, you know, to get more downforce. So we did that. In terms of like engine work now, we operate fuel, we operate the car on what you call C85, which is actually a ethanol fuel, which is approximately 78% ethanol, and it has another racing fuel accompanying with it, which is supplied by VP Racing. So we have to get the engine in stoic, you know, we have to make sure so it stays right there, and we don't want to have too much of a lean mixture, so thermodynamics and stuff come into play right there. But yeah, that is basically the race car in somewhat of a nutshell. But in terms of my racing career now in motorsports, we are going to possibly, hopefully, be racing in the June 29th event from a GRDC. I'd love to see some of the Formula student representatives there, definitely. I mean, I hope you guys can probably attend. Even if I'm not racing, I would definitely want to see you guys there just to get familiarized with the club and also to meet the JMMC president, because there is some, as far as I can recall, there is some support that can be offered from the FIA to the JMMC for things like this. So don't quote me on it, but I gave Mr. Joseph the contact information and such. So I hope that can come to some form of fruition right there. And yeah, does anybody have any questions for me? All right. Yes.
Was it difficult to bridge the gap between you and your father, the technology that you brought, and how stubborn fathers can be in your family?
All right. Well, you know, it goes both ways, you know. You know, so I can be stubborn as well, because me and my father, we are very much alike, you know. So it has to make sense to him before he does it, and likewise, it has to make sense to me before I do it, you know. So, but no, I wouldn't say it was difficult, because what I can tell you is that if my father looks at me and says, Matthew, you see that corner right there? You're braking way too early. You know, you can't take that corner in 4th gear. I have no doubts about it. He's the only person I will listen to, and I'm going out there and I will flat, go to the floor and go down in their 4th gear. You know, so I trust him. So it's a matter of trust. So yeah, I don't think it was a difficult gap to bridge, but definitely both of us can be stubborn though.
So he accepted technology and what would help in racing?
Yeah, man, definitely, because what I do is that I'm very thorough when I give explanations, you know, and I explain to him that, you know, I learned this in fluid mechanics class, I learned this in statics class, I learned all these things, and I do my calculations and I show it to him, and he said, okay, let's try it. We have tried these things and they worked. So him have some form of trust in me as well, right there. So yeah. But yeah. So anybody else or? Oh, Colin. Yes. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lee, for that insightful presentation on your experience in motor racing. Now, we're against time, so I would like to just speed along now. I will now invite Mr. Bogle to come back to the podium and unveil their design, their car design, the 2025 Formula UTEC Racing car. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome Mr. Bogle.
All right, thank you again. As I stated before, I was very eager to show all the work that the team had done, but the team asked me to just satisfy with just the mock-up of the car. So I'll show you the video. It will start off as to what the competition is like, and then it will move into the rendered mock-up of our racing car.
Cap or no cap? All right. Good. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Got it right this time. Yes, so firstly, I want to say, Amelia, that's the worst butchering of my name I have heard in my lifetime today. I'm used to Charlotte being pronounced as Shannon, and in Asia, Sharon, because they pronounce the L's and the R the same. But the Scrubs, that's a new one. I don't want no Scrubs. Yes. So, fun and joke aside, I want to thank Dr. Kevin Brown for his visionary introduction of the Formula Student Project Initiative. I want to thank my predecessor, O'Neill Mason, O'Neill Joseph, for taking on the project and passing the baton on to me. When at my first academic staff meeting for the School of Engineering, I immediately saw a commonality in my interests when I returned to UTEC and the UTEC Racing Club, because I came here with the vision that we would promote electives in electric vehicle, autonomous vehicles, and then I thought this was very new idea I'm bringing to the table, only to find out that we had a Formula student as an ongoing project here. So at my first meeting, I invited O'Neill Mason to give a presentation on the Formula student. So I'm a little disappointed when they asked for hands showing how many persons before today knew of the Formula student. No one went up. Come on, guys. Do you not recall? Yeah, man. But this was quite impressive, yes? Yeah, I would say if you're old enough to have watched Gladiator, you would know. Are you not entertained, or are you not impressed? It's very impressive, and I'm so happy to be a part of this and to be promoting it. I want to thank Matthew and our future sponsors, hopefully, Sean, for being here, taking time out of the day. Matthew, for giving us a presentation, teaching us some engineering, thermodynamics, fluids and everything. You know, appreciate. I hope your consultancy is free. In fact, I'm inviting both. I know you guys are competitors, but I'm inviting both Sean and Matthew to give us give our UTEC Racing Club some free consultation, some free tips, you know, design tips and so forth. Yeah, I am no good at. The last time I attempted to race a car, I ended up in a light post down the road there. So, in terms of racing tip, I can't give none. So. And I'm here, I live to tell the story, right? Okay, I tell you. Yes, I tell you a joke about that quickly. So my brother was in the car with me, and we ran it up into the light post, and at the time he had just graduated from medical school, so someone came over to him and said, "Sir, do you need a doctor?" And he said, "Do you have a mirror?" He said he asked her that. I don't believe it. I think it's a made-up story, but he said he'd asked her that, but it was quite funny. Yes. So we know, as Mr. Mason's mentioned, the 1.6 million euros and so forth. This is a very expensive undertaking. Very expensive undertaking. So as the logo says, join the race. In closing, I'm inviting our sponsors, future sponsors, whether it be Jamaica Energy Partners, Evergo, Lubic, BYD, the works. We're going out there and we're inviting you to join the race. Join us in this endeavor. It's beneficial to the university. It's beneficial to the nation. There's so much potential that can arise out of this. So I'm inviting you all to join this race. And you know, even though our budget compared to those is quite small, there's a saying, we'll look about Ottawa, right? So it might be a small island, small budget, no problem. We are giant slayers. We have done it in the Olympics. We're taking it to them, right? We're taking it to them at the student formula. So I'm inviting you to join the student community. I know you are 200 members strong, but we're still inviting others to join. And the sponsors, we're inviting you to come on board before it's too late and help us get to become a giant slayer in the realm of the student racing competition. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Stubbs, for those wonderful closing remarks. Now, this was supposed to bring us to the end of this segment, the Formula Student launch segment of the program today. But one of our industry partner, long-standing industry partner, has asked for a moment to speak to the audience. So I will now invite the JPS representative to take the podium to just have a few remarks. Thank you.
Vroom, vroom. Oh, yes. All right, so it's indeed my pleasure to be here to support the launch of the UTEC Racing Club. And just want to say to, all the guests in the house, thank you very much, Dr. Brown. Thank you very much to the engineering fraternity. That JPS is certainly on board to support the development of innovation. We believe in investing in young, bright, innovative minds. And we believe that Jamaica is and will continue to be a leader in this e-mobility space. What we have seen demonstrated here is a vision, and not just the vision, but action behind the vision. And we believe as JPS that we must continue to be a strong supporter of the implementation of vision in the sector. I represent a new brand, Charge and Go Network. So we are strong in the e-mobility space. I was at the Jamaica Auto Show 2025. I tell you, if you were not there, it was fantastic. And it demonstrated a collaboration that we have made ourselves a part of to drive sustainable change in transportation in Jamaica. So we believe that we must be looking at all areas of our country to ensure that we have a more sustainable tomorrow. So we have a wide network of EV charging network across the island, and we are expanding rapidly. And it's clear that we need to get into the space of F1 auto racing to be very present to support that program as well. So I'm here to give you greetings. I'm here to say that we are proud to be here and we intend to be a part of the journey. And of course, let's keep innovating, let's keep building, and let's keep on making the future brighter. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. Now at this point, I will hand back over to Professor Chambers to continue the major project conference, because if I'm not careful, Formula student will take over this conference. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's have a round of applause for the UTEC Jamaica Formula Student Racing Club. UTEC Racing. All right, I got it right? Yes. All right. And you see, I want you students to notice something. You see how involved our sponsors are with you? You are the ones who make it possible. If you're not participating, they won't come and join us. So they want to see you because you're the ones they are looking forward to getting into their organizations. Thank you very much. All right, so we are at the point where we're coming back now to Major Project Conference, but I want you all students to understand your role in Jamaica, all right? And part of one of our expectations of you is to join one of the organizations we expect you to eventually be a part of is the Jamaican Institute of Engineers. And so I'm going to ask Engineer Colin Porter to come to talk to us about from classroom to career, navigating your engineering journey. Engineer Porter, the current president of the Jamaica Institute of Engineers. I see skid people leaving in on. I don't want you to leave because you may eventually be a part of us.
Thank you, Professor Chambers. And all protocols being observed earlier this evening. But it would be remiss of me if I don't just mention a few key persons in here. Just want to acknowledge, of course, my President-elect, Dr. Balvin Thorpe, your Vice Dean, President Brown, Pro-Chancellor McNabb, Dean Thorpe, among others. Also want to special greetings to Matthew up there. Matthew, now Jamaica is a small place and very connected, and this is part of what you expect as an engineer. Matthew's father is the only person allowed to touch my car, right? And I've heard a question about who is more stubborn and so on. Matthew's father lectures me all the while. He says, I am not to buy a part for that car unless I consult him, right? So, and I think I was an assessor on Matthew's final year project a few years ago. So you see things are connected. And as a former alum of this institution, CAST, sitting here today, my mind went back to my own major project, which was nothing as sophisticated as this. Had a team of 4, and we designed and built a vertical axis wind turbine. At the time, we had it installed around the back of the engineering faculty, but before it was all built up and so on. And it functioned. It managed to illuminate a light bulb. So we thought we had done something good. But what you are doing at this time makes what I did look so primitive back then, right? And just want to share a few words with you as you are about to make this transition from the classroom to a career. Now, this is your moment. And this milestone that you're achieving is very important. So I just want to take you through a few bits of advice and a few things that we expect to see you doing and how you navigate that, and to provide you pretty much with a small roadmap of how you navigate this journey from being student to engineer. Earlier this morning, your president spoke about lifelong learning, and this is one of the first things I want to tell you. Learning never stops. As an engineer, when you go out there, you are expected to solve problems. Challenges will face you, and you will be the one that the world will turn to provide solutions. However, some of these solutions that they turn to you will not exist. You will have to be the one to develop these solutions. And with the rapid changing in technology that we have today, you're expected to remain at the cutting edge. In my time, I hear we're talking about the collaboration between engineering and computing. I will tell you about my computer days. Over the weekend, we were at the GI office doing a bit of cleanup, and we found some old 5.25 floppy inch disks, 5.25 floppy disks that hold probably about 5 megabytes of storage. And what is 5 megabytes now? Nothing, right? So we expect in this rapidly changing world, congrats to the Formula, the racing club, and what you're doing. The world of Formula One changes rapidly. Come next year, for those of you who follow Formula One, the regulating body changes the rules ever so much every few years, because they don't expect the same car to be racing continually. So next year, 2026, they're wiping the slate clean and coming up with a new set of rules. So all the teams will have to now apply their knowledge to make the winningest car. And it takes teamwork for you to do that. So lifelong learning is something. And a part of lifelong learning for me is this word innovation. You've heard it mentioned earlier today. We expect you as engineers, and when I speak about engineers, I'm including the computing students as well. Innovation is something that is very critical. We need it in Jamaica here today, and there are many examples of innovation being applied, and we expect you to remain at that level. So regardless of where you are now, then you're going. I also want to add that when we speak about lifelong learning, it's not just on the technical side that we expect you to perform, but also on some of the soft skills that we heard being mentioned earlier. Your communication skills, your networking skills, your ability to interact with different professionals in the working world is something that we expect our engineers to do quite well and quite seamlessly in the workplace. Another critical bit of advice I want to share with you is to always seek guidance. You have your program advisors here at UTech. Now you want to build relationships with others At the GIE, we are currently looking at launching a mentorship program for young engineers. Another key organization in Jamaica, other than the GIE represents the professional arm of the engineering profession, but there's and you'll hopefully hear from a representative shortly, who I'm not seeing here now, but the Professional Engineers Registration Body, which is that body that regulates the practice of engineering in Jamaica so that we can ensure a particular standard of practice of engineering. And so the mentorship program that the GIE is in the process of launching later this year will prepare young engineers to be registered, to meet the requirements of registration. It means an understanding of engineering ethics, and ethics in the workplace, ethics in your profession, and the standard in which you are expected to operate. And our mentorship program will twin young engineers with, let me call them seasoned engineers, more experienced engineers who can guide you along a career path, who you can share some of your visions with, and they can give you advice that will support you in your growth as an engineer. And so I wanted to take advantage of the support that is offered there. And not just for you to sit and wait on a mentor to come to you. Seek out the mentors. You have several members of the faculty here who are members of the GIE. Earlier you'd have heard Mr. O'Neill Joseph, who is our immediate past president. We have Dr. Balvin Thorpe, who is our incoming president. And we have other members of faculty who are GIE members. We have past members of this institution in terms of students who are part of GIE. I want to pause and acknowledge our honorary secretary, Mr. Javed Smith, an industrial engineering graduate like myself, who is out there to provide such support. Now, closely related to seeking mentors, the channel you want to do that through is networking. We think that networking is very important for engineers, and that is part of what GIE provides. However, the networking, and one of the key networking links that we have is through our student chapter. I want to pause. Sherwin, are you in the room still? Our president of the GIE student chapter for UTech, Mr. Sherwin Williams, is here. And we think it's important to have that relationship with the student body to ensure that we start while you're a student here at UTech to start understanding the mind of an engineer in the workplace. And we have various events and vehicles in which we encourage networking. This year we have started a monthly social where we invite the younger engineers, the student engineers to join and just socialize and fellowship with the more senior engineers. We have it every last Thursday at a venue in Kingston here, and we're looking at taking it to other areas of the country. And it gives an opportunity for the young engineers to know who we are and for us to know who they are as well while they're students. And then we encourage you to continue to upgrade your membership status from a student member to a full member, a graduate member of the GIE, so that you can continue to participate in our activities and earn some benefits by being a member of the institution. So the theme is to always collaborate, always network, always communicate with your peers and those who have gone ahead of you and who we expect you to take the baton from us and to continue to build the profession. So what's the channel to get there now? A lot of you now are about to leave and you are seeking these career opportunities. It means you'll be thinking of who you want to work with and how do you convince them to get you there. Of course, I won't go too much detail, but speaking as an employer of engineers, when we get CVs and resumes, that is the first introduction to you before we even see your face or know who you are. And I just want to emphasize that the preparation of your CV is very important. You want to ensure that your capstone projects here you're working on, or any other project you may have worked on in school, are very important. You want to be able to articulate something about your projects in a way which doesn't take up 9 or 12 pages, right? So we want to know who you are. That is the first introduction to who you are. So pay attention to the composition of your CV when you're presenting to a potential employer. Of course, the interview process is also important. And I look at interviews as a two-way communication session where you get to know us and we get to know you and decide if we are a fit for each other. You want to ensure that your goals are aligned with who you are seeking employment with. You are helping them to build this nation. Your employer is helping to build you as a professional. So you want to ensure that that first meeting at the interview, you are clear in the way you communicate, things that can't be put on a sheet of paper. You want to ensure that the profile that you emanate is appropriate for the organization you want to be associated with. We see our sponsors here from JEP, from JPS, etc. And they have a particular image of the profile of the engineer they want. They want dynamic persons. They want persons who are willing to have open minds and take risks to get results. You want to be able to demonstrate that and be able to convince them that you are a perfect partner to be a part of a team that will contribute to the growth of the organization, of yourself, of the country. And finally, just to encourage you to do your best at your project defenses, when the assessors come. And I went outside earlier and had a look at a few of the posters very briefly, and I can tell that we have some good projects. These projects, as was said earlier, could be a stepping stone for even entrepreneurial pursuits. We know in Jamaica today, entrepreneurship is a big thing, and we encourage a lot of university students especially to think about entrepreneurship. My own advice is it's always good sometimes to get some experience somewhere first before you branch out on your own. However, if you have a very good idea through your project, discuss with your project supervisors. Can I monetize this? Can I create a business out of this? Right? We are in a dynamic world. I know the generation now don't want to work with nobody. You're bringing with ideas, and you want to share some of your ideas. You want to integrate your ideas with other endeavors. And for me, engineering is about problem solving across all areas. And think of applying your skills, not just in the traditional industries, but in some of the new and emerging industries, or some non-traditional industries where you may not typically find engineers. Because our role is to go out there, find problems, and find solutions to these problems. So I want to congratulate you for reaching this far, and we're looking forward to seeing and hearing your names, because you're the future. You're the ones who are going to take over from us. You're going to be the future leaders of this nation, and one day you're going to be mentors, and you're going to be standing here encouraging a new crop of students. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Porter. All right, so I know for the School of Computing people, they might be saying, how come we have an engineer talking to them? No, we also have someone within the computing realm to come and talk to you, and this is Mr. Ryan Meeks. He's going to do a presentation on the Jamaica Technology and Digital Alliance, from code to career, building a future-ready IT professional. But let me tell you a little bit about Mr. Meeks. He is a cybersecurity manager at Simtai, which is a leading cybersecurity firm in Jamaica, and he's also now at the Digital Group. He is also a past skit lecturer. Mr. Meeks? Yes, your turn. He's coming. Simtai is which he is the cybersecurity manager of, is a member of the Jamaica Technology Development Alliance. All right. All right, he's setting up to do his presentation, so he'll be with you shortly.
Just bear with me for 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so as we wait on the technical team to just get my presentation up and running, I don't intend to be very long because I don't want to stand between persons and possibly lunch. Not sure where I am in the grand scheme of things on the agenda. All right, good. All right, so I was tasked with preparing a presentation to you entitled Code to Career. Oh, back. I'll tell you when to transition. All right, so the topic is Code to Career. Now, most persons, if you are in computing or even in engineering, you'd probably be saying, well, if I have to depend on coding to determine my career, we're in problems, right? There are some persons who may have said that they don't even like coding. They prefer to do like networking, or they prefer to do something more hands-on or something of the sort, right? Am I speaking to anyone out there? Okay, good. I was wondering if it was just me. All right. I was pretty on the similar thoughts when I was here at UTech. I did coding, but I always wondered why. Was it really necessary? Now, my presentation is to show you that it's not just about getting a project done or getting work done through coding, but it is a mindset. Coding is much more than just that, right? It, of course, will allow you to build your personal and your professional growth. And it is definitely considered more of a journey than just a task. All right, next slide. I have to remember to transition too. All right, so I'm going to just highlight a few benefits of coding. The first being improved problem-solving skills. Now, this in itself, as you can imagine, allows persons to think logically and systematically, right? You are now able to, if you've ever programmed anything, you realize that in most cases, it never run the way you want it to run. It never function, right? So you have to now think about, how do I solve this problem in itself, right? And this is outside of the bigger problem that you needed to solve for, which is the solution that this code is going to be designed for. So you have to go through a process of debugging. And that debugging process now allows you to determine where the errors are and how you can go about fixing them. It also improves your creativity. You're always designing something. You're always building something. You're always trying to improve, right? There's never an application that you build, and when you look back on the application, you say, you know, I could have do this different. Or you may have somebody who is saying that to you, or an organization that is now saying, well, you know, we want this to be different. We want the experience of the customers to be different, so we're asking for this. So you're always creating and innovating and pushing, all right? It also builds your confidence and your independence. So when you create your solution, it makes you empowered, right? You're no longer dependent on a third party to provide a solution that is just off the shelf and it doesn't cater to any of the needs really and truly, maybe a few needs, but you're now tailoring it to a specification, a specific design and a specific tailoring for a client or something of the sort. And it gives you that independence. You are the one doing it. You are the one in control of what it is that you are doing. It also allows you to build your critical thinking, which a lot of persons nowadays, I will say, it is something that is hard to come across or to build, right? You have to critically think. And what this means then is that you have to break down, or this coding allows you to know, build critical thinking through the fact that you are breaking down problems into smaller solutions, and you take on those small things. Once you know, work on them, then you know, combine them until you get an entire solution, right? And you also it builds resilience. You also have to learn from failures. A lot of persons too, the first minute a program fail, them say, this wasn't cut out, I wasn't cut out for this, right? You can't just stop at failure. You should always have that inner drive to say, listen, I am going to solve this problem. All right? So those are just some of the benefits that that I want to highlight of coding. So next slide, please. So I've come up with an acronym since we are playing on the word code, right? I want to now break it down into 4 parts, and I'm going to say C for create, O for optimize, D for defend, E for evolve. All right? Like that? Yeah, man. Good. All right? No, it doesn't matter which profession you take on, ladies and gentlemen. You can use this concept in any profession. It can be in software engineering, it can be in cybersecurity, it can be in robotics, AI, engineering, whatever it is. Once you apply this method, it will allow you to be ahead of the game and understand where you need to be in your professional endeavors. Next. All right, so the first one is create. So we kind of spoke on this already with the problem-solving mindset. And of course, it is not just, as I said, syntax, but it is a mindset, how you apply yourself. When you are creating something, you are solving real-world issues in some cases, and in most cases. Right? If you are working for an organization or if you are a freelancer, you are solving real problems. Right? It's not just something made up. And even when you consider your major project ideas, think of ideas that are solving real-world problems. Because some of these projects may even be utilized or considered by organizations and implemented. I've seen a few of those take place. All right? Also, with creating, you can also be engaged in, as I mentioned, capstone projects, open source initiatives, and other startups. Right? This can allow you to develop your abilities in these areas. And then, of course, also your design thinking. So you always have to be thinking, all right, how can I improve the needs of a user? How can I improve the experience of a user? Trying to ensure that, say, for instance, an application that you have built is the best version of itself. Always trying to improve. Right? What is the best framework that I can use to get the best performance? How can I ensure that this is scalable? How can I ensure that it is easily maintained? How can I ensure that it has the right amount of security in place? Next. The O now stands for optimize. Now, once we are optimizing, right, we want to pursue technical excellence. Right? So we want to ensure that we are focusing on efficiency. We want to ensure then that whatever we are producing is the most efficient version of itself. Right? Nobody wants to do something and it is going to take long to do, or it is very tedious to do. Correct? Right? You want to ensure that whatever you're doing, you're finding the best solution. And of course, this requires you to always be learning so that you can always know what is out there that you can apply to whatever solution you're designing to make that solution a better and more efficient one. All right? It's not just about clean code, right? But it is also ensuring that it is efficient. Right? You also have to embrace continuous learning, as I mentioned to you a while ago. So you have to stay updated with what's going on. You have to be abreast of what is going on in the space, and that requires you to always be learning. You have to be reading, being informed on certain platforms, getting involved, being a part of conferences, just about anything that is out there that speaks to your area. You want to stay involved and be a part of it so that you can learn. All right? And then, of course, the last point on the optimize means you're able to now foster cross-disciplinary skills. So you have the ability to now collaborate. Right? So, again, coding allows us, it teaches us how to collaborate, because in most cases, you're not necessarily working on a project all by yourself, but you're working on it with a team. All right? And with that, you now have the ability to tap into their knowledge and also be able to produce something even greater. Next. The D now stands for defend. And of course, I couldn't come here as a cybersecurity professional and not throw a little cybersecurity in there. So, of course, defending means then that you have to ensure that you consider security, not just necessarily cybersecurity, in everything that you do. Right? You have to consider, if you are writing code, it has to be secure. I just had a conversation outside with someone, and I said, the quickest way to produce an application is to ensure that you don't have security in it. You push it out real fast. That's what the society wants. Right? The business wants you to just get something done and get it done immediately. So if you do not consider security in these, in your design and your implementation, then it is going to eventually fail. So you have to ensure that you have that implemented. Next. And then we have E for evolve, which means, again, that we need to stay updated. We have to embrace adaptability, so we're always increasing and improving our skill set. Be flexible in your career path, right? You may be in one trajectory and you may now pivot in a different direction because you have that ability and that knowledge. And then, of course, the next slide, please. You have the role of the academia. So again, academia plays a very vital role in ensuring that they foster the knowledge. But it is not just their role, but you also have to ensure that you go out and you learn on your own. You have to enhance your knowledge just the same, right? But it is also good because they will, in some cases, allow you to have collaboration with industry through like internships. Try to utilize those opportunities so that you can now get your foot in and get some amount of professional skills attained. All right, and then the last thing that I'll mention, next slide, is that code is not just what you write. It is who you become. So I hope that this today, ladies and gentlemen, will paint a picture as to how we can go from code to career. It is not just coding, it is a mindset. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Meeks. And I know I'm from engineering, but any of my engineering students can look at me and tell me that you didn't understand this? Huh? Electrical in particular. Didn't you appreciate this? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. All right. I know you're all getting hungry. Lunch is coming. No worries. But I'm going to ask now Engineer Gary Walters. He's a civil engineer. He is going to come to us and speak to us about PERB, the Professional Engineers Registration Board, in particular, bridging the gap, transition from engineering student to engineering professional. Engineer Walters.
Good afternoon, fellow engineers, students, lecturers, and ladies and gentlemen. I think this is a quite interesting topic, especially in light of the discussion about the Jamaica Teacher Council bill, which is now seeking to professionalize the profession of teaching. And I hear it's been 20 years in the making. But since 1987, engineers have been operating under, I won't say the act is similar, but I guess the intention to have persons who practice engineering do so professionally under particular guidelines and regulations, which the Act, the Professional Engineers Registration Act, and the regulations are what we are guided by. So I guess the teachers who are now PERB registered, we have to pay another fee now, right? Yeah, so, but I think I've been following it, and it's quite interesting looking at, and for the information of those who don't know,
Architects are also professional registered. The land surveyors, as well as the pharmacists, I think doctors, nurses, no? Lawyers, oh yeah, lawyers, they're the real, they get, and for many years, the quantity surveyors have been lobbying. They believe they're close, but as you can see with the JTC, 20 years, I don't think they reached 20 years yet, but we'll see. So let me go through quickly. So the next slide. So a professional engineer is required under the Act to carry out the practice of engineering. And what that means is that, so some of you are going to graduate maybe this year or soon after, and you're going to say you're an engineer. Oh, yeah, okay. UTech says so. But in the working world, you are more likely a graduate engineer. All right? And as you gain the required experience, you will now be able to apply for registration, and then you can really call yourself an engineer. So the importance of registration is that it's actually to protect not only the profession, but the general public. You really don't want anybody calling themselves an engineer and designing 10-story buildings or power supply systems. So the society actually needs some amount of order, and I think you'll all agree, right? So it's important to register, and it is illegal to carry out the practice of engineering unless you're registered, and unless, like when most of you graduate, I hope you'll be working under a professional registered engineer, so you'll get the proper guidance as you get the experience. Next slide. So the requirements for, next slide, please. Oh, you didn't go, I went through that one already. And the next one. All right, so the requirements, you must be a national of Jamaica or a CARICOM country. You must have good character. And this is a very important point because it's one of those professions where morals and ethics carry a lot of weight. How you conduct yourself in the society and in the profession. You know, similar to, you know that lawyers are not allowed to advertise. So you go to Half a Tree and you see that big null sign. It wasn't really, well, he used a technicality, but and engineers kind of do the same thing. You know, we don't go with this, like in America, we have the ambulance chasers, every commercial break, you see, no, we're not like that. And so it's how we conduct ourselves. I hope most of you are members of the student chapter, so you would have gotten some of the code of ethics explained to you through your time in the chapter. You must, of course, hold a degree in engineering, a recognized degree. And when we say recognized, we go by the Universal Council of Jamaica. I believe all the engineering program at UTech are recognized because you have institutional accreditation. So you have nothing to worry about. And I think some of the courses have accreditation from England, right? Not yet. Had. Oh, poor me, I'm in the past. Well, yes. Let me not talk about accreditation then. So minimum of 2 years practical experience. And let me state, very few people can get registered after 2 years. Although the Act says you can, the body of work that you would have produced in the 2 years, most times it won't make you qualified. But there are those who do. And so it tends to work with the 2 years if you have a master's. You understand? Because you look at the work that was done during the master's program plus the 2 years experience. But I think most of you, by the time you do 4 years, you will be have sufficient experience. And in fact, this provision will change when we make amendments to the Act. Next slide. So 2 years creative engineering work requiring the application of engineering sciences to the investigation, planning, design, and construction and implementation engineering works. At least 1 year experience must be in a CARICOM country. And it's not merely laying out the details of the design, but more performance of engineering calculation scientific. And it's a combination of these things, sound judgment, taking into account economic and social factors in arriving at the decisions. What I will say before I go to the next slide is that try and get as much experience you can, but don't be narrow. So try and get broad experience. Obviously, it will be very difficult to be registered if all your experience, especially for those on the civil side or the project side, if all your experience is in implementation, I don't have an experience in design, right? So try and get design experience, and certainly experience on the implementation side of engineering works would be a benefit, but make sure there is some design experience. Next slide. So design specification, supervision, which I just discussed, and development and improvement of processes, especially for the industrial engineers, design of pilot plants, and of course research and editing, which is why I said to you, if you did the master's, which, as you know, a master's program is a lot of time. 3 years for master's now? Oh, 3 minutes. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, all right. Yes. I'm almost finished. Don't worry. Don't worry. And next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. So consulting, appraising, evaluating, and working on patents. And you might say patents, but there's at least one engineer in Jamaica that, how much Howard have? 30? Whole heap. So don't think that because you're in Jamaica that you can't. Howard Chin has about 30 or 40, and he keeps going. And technical procedures for problem solving, developing approaches and methods when necessary. Next slide, in the interest of time. So as I mentioned, you work under a professional registered engineer, broad experience I mentioned, and importantly, keep a portfolio of your work. Some people ask about client confidentiality. You can block out particular sections if it's sensitive, but the importance is you have to demonstrate your competence, because when you become registered, it is telling the public at large that you're competent to work on your own. You're competent to design, and the public can be assured that whatever you've produced, it won't fall on them. And I can't state too much about the ethical and how much that is important to the profession. I'm not interested in integration and all those fancy things. And the courses that speak about how you conduct yourself, you don't pay enough attention to it, because I used to. But when you actually start to work, you will find out those are the considerations that are very important, as well as the technical experience. And of course, for engineering is very broad, and you're expected to work within your competence. All right? I know electrical can do compute and electronics and all of that, but if you've been working in a particular area, you're expected to, and that's where your experience is, don't go and take on what you can't manage. And the application checklist is, you can get it on the website. You must have a proposer and a second in good standing, and your proposer must be of the same discipline as you are. Of course, a JP to say it's really you, an org chart for your work. Next slide. Go again. I did that already. Next slide. Good. You can quickly look at that. It's just one new feature is that you now have to do a test. And it's two tests. One is on the Professional Engineers Registration Act, and the other one is on the code of ethics. So you got away with it through university, but I went test you on ethics finally. Or you tested them too? You did? Okay, good. And so, yes, that's fine. You go to the next slide. Like you're working with Dr. Chambers with the time. So the professional engineer is the one that is a Jamaican national or a CARICOM national. Special registration is a category that based on the nature of your job. So if you work with the government and you are the chief engineer at the works agency, you can get special registration. It also applies to those in academia because they're lecturing in the field, and they can get special registration. So it's based on your employment with a particular entity. Temporary registration is for non-Jamaicans who come here to work. Yeah, so that's the Chinese one. Not more than Chinese come here, but it's for primarily non-Jamaicans, and they're here for a specific assignment. So it's temporary registration. And finally, companies. So companies can get registration. I think I have 30 seconds. All right, so there are various categories. Next slide. So that's 2 slides forward. I just see the list. And don't ask me what some of them are, but I'm sure you know them. There's a long, extensive list. I think we cover everything that is taught at UTech. And there's a belief that the list will be compressed. So the number beside it indicates what you're registered. So when you get the actual stamp or seal, and you stamp it, it's going to say Gary Walters 01. It may say Gary Walters 01/06. So I am registered to practice civil and structural. So that's what the numbers mean. So Dr. Chambers, again, put her on the mechanical. Taking out the electrical. So if you see Dr. Chambers come with 05, she's a fraudster, right? Good. She should be on 03. Exactly. All right? Unless you have one of those fancy electrical, mechanical degrees. And you can go to the next slide. The categories get even longer. I guess some of these are done maybe at, I don't know, MIT or maybe UE. I don't know. So we cover everybody. And next slide. Oh, there's more. Wow. You think we got everybody? Okay, good. I don't need to go through them. And the next slide you're going to really like. All right, my time's up.
Thank you very much, Engineer Walters. And I want you to notice, ladies and gentlemen, I said Engineer Walters because that's how we address each other. All right? Pardon? Oh, yes, sorry. I should have said yes. Engineer Walters is also a past president of the GIE. All right. So we have a slight change to the program. I'll be adding something here. And that addition, don't look at me like that, man. That addition is that we are breaking for lunch now. and lunch is provided. After lunch, hold on, the break for lunch is not going to be long. They didn't tell me how long it was, but I am going to assume here half an hour. Mr. Alexander, you can help me out here? Huh? We're saying half an hour, all right? And then after the half an hour, we come back here. We have a few more sponsors to talk to us, and also of real big importance, your major project coordinators will be here to talk to you about the events of tomorrow and the poster competition as well. All right? So we break now for lunch. Thank you. Yes, I agree. feels, I hope you took some notes. I'm not going to be asking any questions, but I hope you took some notes. And I hope you had a chance to speak to some of the professionals who were here earlier on. This was a network. Part of what we are doing here today is really to bring you to a networking event to see, so you can recognize some faces and you can talk to a few people, establish some linkages. Always good to do that. We have coming up now sponsors, the second part of the sponsors address. Remember our sponsors today. GIE, Pepsi, JPS, PBS, PERB, Huawei, JTDA. I can't see the last two from here, and I don't have it on my phone yet. Confectionaries and snacks, and Spectra. And we will be hearing shortly from Mr. Clayton Brown, IT Sales Manager of PBS Technologies Jamaica, and he's on his way down now to talk to us.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. All right, so again, my name is Cleon Brown. I'm a sales manager at PBS. I'm here at my team. Well, one of my team members now, Rashida Francis, who is the account manager assigned to UTech. But we're here today just to pretty much tell you a little bit about PBS. We've been outside. A lot of persons have been coming. What is PBS? What is PBS? So here is just a bit of a summarized version of who we are. All right? So okay, so PBS, Productive Business Solution. We are a solutions company, a IT customer-oriented solutions company. So we are in the full gamut of the IT space. We look at both hardware, software, anything in the IT space, right? So pretty much you're seeing where we have professionals all over the world. We are in 24 different countries, and some of the professionals, we're partners with some large companies we'll get to in a bit. In terms of our staffing, I think we're up at 2,700 staff, and that is not only within Jamaica, but also within the Caribbean, and the Latin America. I think we covered that already. We're in 24 countries. Next. All right, so some of the values. The values that we look at PBS, as you can see, we look at integrity, trust, we look at discipline, communication, all that good stuff. So as you can see here, these are some of the core values that we look at, especially teamwork, because we believe that as team members working as one, we have one vision and can achieve anything, right? As relates to some of the partners, now we have partners all over the world. Some of the partners that we work with, you can see, as you're seeing there, Google, Oracle, Dell, Apple, Cisco, Fortinet, and the list goes on. So, as I said before, we're not only in hardware, but software as well. And specific to the university, some of the things that we've been looking at and also discussing preliminary is Google for Education. As some of you may know, Google has a platform for education that can look at this setup in terms of a lecture-style setup, where we'll be able to deliver content via classroom settings such as this, where we have an interactive classroom, whereas we'll be able to pretty much do research in real time using AI and also using, the internet and so on. Also, it supports virtual persons who is not able to come in, but we want to look at a virtual framework as relates to education. That is something that Google and PBS have been collaborating in delivering. So again, you can approach us where we can have further discussions on that, all right? Oh, I must mention as well, a lot of persons know PBS to have the printing solution. So one of our main brands are Xerox, the printers, and with Xerox, that Xerox line, we have also Sharp and HP. So there are various different lines or different spaces that we can assist you with, okay? So what we're looking at is some of the business lines. Now, as you can see, we're looking at professional services, where we provide PBS consulting. We are looking at advanced services, and some of the partners there, Google, Oracle, and we're also able to look at networking and communications. Now, for networking and communications, that is something that we are strong on. As I said, a lot of persons may not know PBS, but we have acquired various companies over a period of time, so the name would have changed. Some persons may know it as Massey, right, before, and there are some other names going back, but I won't go back there, right? Some other business that we look at is IT, imaging, security, and payment methods. Now, when I say payment methods, a lot of persons may not know this, but over 50% of their ATMs island-wide is provided by PBS. It's provided through NCB, BNS, to some of the two largest banks here, but we are in that space as well. Some of your security, like at the airport, the scanners that you go through, we are one of the main providers of that as well. So, I mean, we are in the space, right? You see here the imaging, we spoke on that, the Xerox, Highland. These are some of the imaging partners that we use. And just to go to a quick video. Before I move on, are there any questions? Yes, no? Okay, everyone is clear. All right, no problem. All right, so the last bit I just wanted to cover was we are able to provide, next slide. If you're able to scan this code, if you're interested in internship at PBS, that's a possibility. You'll be able to scan this code, this barcode, and you'll be able to get the contact of our HR personnel who'll be able to have further discussions, all right? And since there are no more questions, I think that is it. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. You see how many internships you've heard about today, right? Shouldn't be struggling, Shouldn't be struggling with finding any employment. Right now, I know of a few. Anyway, let me not say it here. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Brown from PBS Technologies. I didn't know too much about PBS, and you've enlightened me quite a bit. Thank you. And the reach that you have. Wow. You see, there are so many organizations in Jamaica that are working quietly behind the scenes who are so powerful in our lives, and we don't even know, right? They're here. That's what engineers and computer scientists do. We work behind the scenes. Everybody else, they praise the marketing people. Anyway, I sound biased again. All right. We have another sponsor here with us today who will come and talk to you now on from Pepsi Cola Jamaica Limited, Mr. Antonio Worrell. Where is he? Oh, he's loading up. So everybody, in the meantime, everybody prepared for tomorrow? Tidying up your presentation? Using all the fancy presentation tools to fix up? Okay, to dazzle all the assessors, right? Okay, that is good. Make sure you practice on each other because you want to be fluent in your presentation. You notice the presenters here today, they knew what they were talking about, so that made them quite fluent, all right? If you're not quite too sure about what you're talking about, you're going to struggle. So make sure you know what you're saying, you own it. You heard that today. Own your work. And once you own it, you become quite fluent. All right. Mr. Worrell is on his way down. No? Okay. Any other formula? The racing club students here, you're a racing club, right? Okay, all right, good. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, right at the front. I wasn't looking. Okay, okay. It's an excellent place to do internships, though, you know, in Formula One. They have internships open all year round, looking for people all over the world. And they do all forms of engineering and computing there. Welcome, Mr. Worrell.
Yeah, good afternoon. All right, good afternoon, one and all. All right, it's so awesome to be back in the presence of, great engineers and future leaders of the world. I was here 5 years ago. I can't even believe that in 2020 I graduated. The time flies. Yeah, and currently employed at Pepsi Cola Jamaica. Probably one of the greatest places I've ever worked since graduating. What we do at Pepsi Cola Jamaica is not just put product in bottle and mess up the country. No, we do a whole heap. So we actually contribute a lot to recycling. We are partners with RPJ, Recycling Partners of Jamaica, where we recycle 44% of our waste. So PE bottles, HP, DE, and cardboards currently. So we do a lot at Pepsi Cola. We also have projects like your Pegasus project, where engineers get to look at the problems in the organization, engineering problems, and apply solutions and present, just like what you're going to be doing tomorrow, present it to the panel. And remember, money is involved, so you have to be very, very convincing in your presentation. You're going to be telling the company that you're going to need to spend 40 million for something that they probably can't even see the benefit right on the surface. So you have to, really present that to them. When I was doing my major project, I did electric vehicle charging station, standalone. At the time, 2019, only one electric vehicle charging station was in Jamaica. No, and it was actually private owned by AC Hotel. 2021, JPS launched, before you ever go, JPS launched their electric vehicle charging station, Charge on the Go, where they roll out quite a few. Now they have 22 charging stations right across Jamaica. The only parishes that don't have a charging station are St. Mary, Trelawney, and St. Thomas. St. Thomas always take a little while to get everything. But they have highway now, so they're going to be getting it quick. And the development is going to be going to St. Thomas. Lightning speed. Yeah, and Evergo also have their charging station in partnership with JPS, where they have 70 charging stations. Just 5 years, leaving from 1 to over 90 charging stations right across Jamaica. However, I still believe there is a gap in the market, because when I was doing my major project, I was focusing on standalone grid system, where you would power the electric vehicle charging station by photovoltaic cells. So this is a very clean method of, charging your vehicle. You don't generate a whole heap of waste, because remember, we are trying to sell the idea that electric vehicle is cleaner than internal combustion. So I don't see how we can be connecting to the grid and still selling that idea. Yeah, but that's how they do it now. Probably you can study it a little bit more, because even when I was doing my major project again, because that project I love it, the battery technology, then the battery technology, lithium ion, first commercialized in 1980s, and rapid development over the years till right now. We are doing for the anode, they are considering using, what's the thing again, instead of graphite? Silicon. Currently, they use like 5% silicon in the anode, but they are considering using higher percentage because they can charge faster with the silicon. However, silicon structure causes, it can't really withstand quick expansion and construction. So you tend to break the battery apart, and we can't have that. Yeah, but there are a whole heap of development taking place, and I'm glad that I'm born in this century, because a whole heap of things is happening, man. A whole heap of things. I take my eyes off the technology for four years, and when I got the call the other day, say, hey, I need to come and speak at UTech, which I gladly accepted. When I started to do my research again, the technology has moved so far ahead. I wish the PowerPoint worked, because I had some very good graphics to show, but probably another time. All right, so that's it for me. I forgot to mention. So at Pepsi Cola Jamaica, we also have a talent program. So if you are a young engineer and you think you are the right fit for Pepsi Cola, you can come in and we will train you to be the perfect engineer in whatever field you see fit. Because there are several different departments at Pepsi. It's not only, we have mechanical. Well, I studied mechanical at UTech, and right now I'm basically doing a whole heap of electrical stuff. Whole heap. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Worrell. He has questions. There are questions, Mr. Worrell. There are questions. Oh, Oh, all right.
Yeah, man, there's an internship program there, man. You cannot. I don't have the email address with me. I can just give you the email address after, and you just apply. And yeah, man, you just send in your resume. Yeah, we don't use cover letter. That is dated. So you just send in your resume. Yeah. All right. So first, you will be working as an intern for 4 months, and if you want to stay and they enjoy working with you, then we will consider you to be a part of the team. But we're not likely. All right, so it's from the regular summer break. So from June to May to August. Yeah. No, not as yet. We're not in June yet. Yeah. Probably towards the end of May. Because I don't really do that, so I don't know. Hey. But the program don't start it as it. Yeah. Yeah.
Currently, I have a lot of bottles on part 2 where the students were saving it. How often do you do collection and so forth? Because the students keep collecting bottles and yet we don't have much persons coming to collect them or nowhere. So it would be good if it could be something where the bottles could be collected on a regular basis, because all the bottles turn garbage.
Oh. So you don't have there are some big bags that you use now. RPG.
In the box, but
Yeah.
after a while they just pile up, because right now we have a lot there on part 2 being piled up.
Yeah.
And so one of the things why they were doing it, I think they wanted to exchange it for cash and all of that to help raise funds for the to do activities and so forth. But if there's an avenue where you can collect it on a regular basis, you could provide them on a regular basis.
Yeah. That makes a whole heap of sense. But it's RPG really responsible for the collection. Yeah. Yeah, of Jamaica.
So we need to know the schedule of Recycling Partners of Jamaica to help out. Okay.
But we invest, because what we do we invest the money in RPG. So we give them a whole heap of money to take care of that part of the work. Yeah.
All right. Thank you again, Mr. Worrell. Thank you. I tell you something. If you go down to Pepsi Cola, you'll see it's like School of Engineering, Dr. Thorpe? School of Engineering Past Students Association down by Pepsi Cola. Yes. Yes, but I don't want us to sound biased, because these companies don't just employ engineers, they employ everyone, all right? So for the computing people here, don't feel left out, because I can tell you JPS needs computing people in their internship program. They do take computing people in their internship program. A number of the sponsors who you've heard speak, PBS, you take computing people, JEP do as well. So don't think we are engineering, we are ignoring you, no, because all of these companies, they do need, Jamaica needs both engineering and computing, STEM-focused graduates. Okay, so we are at the part that you have been anxiously waiting on, right? Where your major project conference coordinators speak to you, and they're going to speak to you about your activities for the rest of the day and for tomorrow. Now, I am going to introduce them both, Mr. Andrew Johnson of the School of Engineering and Mr. Christopher Panther of the School of Computing and Information Technology. But just a note, Mr. Johnson, well, I shouldn't say it that way. Mr. Johnson is one of my students, you know. I'm aging myself, aren't I? So many people who presented here, or you saw here today, yes. One of my students, but he was one of my good students, one of my favorite students, Mr. Johnson. Here you go. Pardon? Mr. Johnson is what? Old? No, man. Sir Johnson graduated like what? 6 years ago? All right, come in, Sir Johnson. Your turn now. Your turn to take the mic. I feel like a proud parent here.
Go ahead.
Coordinator for the School of Engineering UTech. And we are here on the grounds of Pepsi. And I'm delighted to be here because Pepsi is one of our main partners. We've been supporting our major and senior project deliberation over the years. So why is it important we're on the tour? Because Pepsi is one of the leading manufacturers in the industry, and engineering skills are applied to your day-to-day operation. I also must say we are here at the inaugural Project and Industry Readiness Week. And our first tour is Pepsi. So Pepsi being a good partner and a worthy partner, it's an honor to be here. So we're here in my proper PPEs, right? We have seen the processes that takes place day to day. I know we have a great appreciation of Pepsi, of Gatorade, and all the other beverages that they produce. We want to ensure that the major project deliberation, if we want to launch a project, we want it to be an experience for students. We want to create industry-ready graduates. So as we look forward to continue to build on the program, to continue to build on our major project module, we look forward to other tours, and of course, however you can come on board, we'll appreciate your support. Thank you.
So I'm Jeremiah Dennis, a final year mechanical engineering student, and I have just finished a tour of the Best Dressed Chicken facility. And I have to say, it was an amazing one.
My name is Peter Williams. I'm the maintenance manager for the processing plant here at Best Dressed Chicken. A few years ago, I was part of this exact process, and I can tell you the experience from that was immeasurable, and it has helped me a lot. And now I'm happy to be one of the senior persons molding younger minds into the future generation. And today we conducted our tour of the facility with some engineering students from the University of Technology, led by their coordinator, project coordinator, Andrew Johnson. It's good to see that the university has taken the initiative to launch a program which has now invested in the young students getting experience before they actually go into the work world. We at Best Dress hope to partner with the University of Technology going forward and making this a great initiative.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our first Industry and Project Readiness Week. Now, this initiative was incorporated into the major project calendar for this academic year, simply to bridge the gap between the students' academic project work and real-world expectations. Now, this will diversify their professional exposure and allow them to have better career choices because they will have seen what exactly it is in the specific industries. From the preliminary reports, this initiative was quite successful, right? So big thank you to our industry partners, to Pepsi Jamaica, Petrojam, Jamalco, and Best Dressed Chicken. Thank you for opening your doors to our students, allowing them to see exactly what takes place in industry. Thank you for facilitating this initiative. We look forward to our continued partnership, and also we look forward to new partnerships. So if you're an industry or an organization that is out there who's interested in being a part of our Project Readiness and Industry Week, reach out to us.
I'm Andrew.
Yes, and all protocols observed. Before I even go forward, I want to say something. So I was looking at the program and I was saying to myself, I'll be a professor and doctor, and distinguished members in the audience, right? And I remember when I was in the very same seat, I know I'm the major project coordinator for the School of Engineering, so I said, no, I can't stand out today with credentials, Professor Chambers, right? So I said, you know what? Let me try to stand out some other way. So I try the best dressed thing. What was my effort? All right, great. All right, wonderful, wonderful. So before I go forward, I want to say something to the distinguished members. I'm seeing Dr. Tarp, Professor Chambers, distinguished members. I'm seeing Mr. Panther, working here for a very long time, other lecturers. I just want you guys to look around. Just look around at the students. Yeah, man, take a look at them, man. Take a look at them. Yes. Here's my philosophy, distinguished members. Somebody told me something when I was younger, and I never forget it, right? I asked my grandfather about giving me money one time, and he said, no money. So I say, you always no money. You know what he said to me? Know yourself, man. Me I go, and you come. Yeah, very important. The students that are here, they are coming. Look at them, man. Them coming, man. Right? And they'll be taking up the distinguished seats at the front in the future. But for now, they're focused on the major break and the senior break, right? I promise not to be long, right? I have something long here prepared, but if you let me start today, come let me a guest speaker, right? However, we are on the team transforming the nation through collaboration in engineering and computing, right? And it was mentioned earlier, I was in this very seat 7 years ago. And one of my visions is for the program to grow, not only the program, but the faculty. Especially as a past School of Engineering representative, I know the efforts that we're taking to try to build that level of collaboration. And I believe that the key catalyst to that is having administration buying the vision. So what we see now is administration believing that the collaboration is important, and students now have an easier route to get that collaboration going. And I believe that that is a key catalyst for a successful future in engineering and computing. So this conference is a benchmark, and I want to tell everyone else claps for this move. Well, just to be short, I can say the year was long, right? It was a very long year. First year in the role. We know the challenges, students. Yeah, man. We see it on the face, man. But what they know, and I can say it proudly here, is that whenever they face the challenges, I am always someone they can communicate with, and I try to do my very best to advance the processes as they stay, right? That's true, not true? Yes, ma'am. Right, so, because ultimately, right, the youth, students, and all of us, none of us are the past or present. We are really the future, right? So we want to talk about the positives of the year, right, in a very concise way. And of course, we're going to filter the negatives, right? So one of the first positive, I have a 7-point positive list that I have here. I want to speak first to the research paper submission, right? This is key mainly for the major project students from the School of Engineering, right? And SCIT students don't feel anyway. It's the first time we're having that FENC engineering collaboration. It was decided very late, and the aim is for us to have this experience. So next year we can try to be more cohesive in terms of the different assessments, etc., right? So for the engineering students, we have the research paper submission. Why is that important, right? If you want to be a standout in your field to build a credential, you have to be very invested in research, right? As a matter of fact, after the undergrad, most of the higher qualifications are mostly research-based. The master's, the PhD, all the other nice things, doctorate, right? So it's very important for us to get in the habit of research. So the research paper submission that is a part of your diet after the conference is very important, and we're going to advance that afterwards. So that's a very positive inclusion for this year, right? We talk about the launch of the UTEC Racing Club. So we're tapping into, the new and emerging trends in engineering. And of course, that attract persons to the school, and of course, give you guys the adequate experience that you need to become very, competent in the field. We talk about updating the major manual. No, when I started, it was the thing that I have so many emails about this. Sir, what to do this, when you go and do that, when you go do that, right? But the manual is something that is centralized that you guys can have even before the start of the module for you to know exactly what is to come, so you can be ahead of the game. And everybody on one same page with one reference, right? And of course, I'm going to talk about the key inclusions, the FENC conference participation. So now we move from the School of Engineering conference that was introduced by Mr. Alexander himself. Mr. Alexander, and through Dr. Chambers at the time, Professor Chambers, head of school at the time, right? Yes, and she had this great idea to move from just a presentation to have a conference there, because this is something that is practiced across the world. Anywhere you go in the world, the top universities, they do conferences for a habit, right? So, it started at a young stage, and now we see where it is growing to the point where I go to the next point. We now have our senior project students a part of the conference. Give me a round of applause. Where senior project students are? Very important, because they're oftentimes being neglected, right? They usually just go in a classroom and present, and now they're part of the conference. They're now required to do more. And of course, we think they're a very important part of the faculty. And last but not least, our industry and project readiness week, right? So I must say though, I see where this week or this initiative can be improved, because if you realize, remember our many viewers process they had to postpone because of some clashing with exam or study week. However, again, this was the benchmark year, this is the inaugural year, and of course, we learned from the different shortfalls that we have. And next year, for example, we're definitely going to improve it. All in all, I just want to say thanks to all the sponsors for coming on board to make this process possible. I want to thank all the lecturers. I want to thank all the students, right? I want to be a part of the process, continuously work on the projects. And likewise, by no way can we forget these members. I want them to stand up. My major project committee members, I'm seeing a lot of them right here. Yeah, man, stand up, man, please. I want them to see. These are the stalwarts behind the scenes, right? Right? Mr. Alexander, I realize you're not standing up. But it's all right. It's fine. I realize that you're not standing up. But I must say this, right? Because I like to be as transparent as possible. So the major project, responsibility, it's a paid responsibility by any way, right? They don't get paid for it. They get maybe 1 or 2 hours on a timetable yearly to do this, right? So it's not something that you're going to get up and do for money. It's something that you have to have a passion for. Because we want to see the positive changes in our field, in computing and engineering, right? So these are the committee members that have been working assiduously behind the scenes, and I must say it was a pleasure working with them. I will not finish now because we have more stuff to do for semester 3, right? But in all, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to serve as the School of Engineering major project coordinator, and I'm looking forward for more engagement. All the best tomorrow, and big up on yourself.
Thank you so much, Mr. Johnson. And now I'm giving your counterpart the opportunity to speak, Mr. Panther.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. In order to not put my foot down my throat, I have written what I will say. But before I say what I have written, I would like to say that it has been a pleasure working with the School of Engineering, in particular, Mr. Johnson. The move to bring together both schools was at short notice, as Mr. Johnson pointed out. But at every stage, he was there. His committee was committed to ensure that we were not left behind. They would be on my case, but it was done. To the Skit family, particularly the students, you have sort of suffered a bit from the teething pains. But I thank you for your patience. And what I believe is that going forward, because of your endurance and patience, those who are coming behind will be better for it. Thank you very much. So now to read. It is both a privilege and a pleasure to stand before you today at this historic moment. The inaugural Major Project Conference, hosted jointly by the School of Computing and Information Technology and the School of Engineering, under the Faculty of Engineering and Computing. This year's theme, Transforming the Nation Through Collaboration in Engineering and Computing, is not only timely, it is visionary. It reflects the growing recognition that the challenges we face as a nation, and indeed as a global community, cannot be solved in silos. They demand interdisciplinary thinking, integrated solutions, and a spirit of collaboration that transcends traditional academic boundaries. As the major project coordinator for the School of Computing and Information Technology, I have had the unique opportunity to witness firsthand the innovation, resilience, and brilliance of our students. Their final year projects are not just academic exercises. They are blueprints for the future. They represent the culmination of years of learning, experimentation, and growth. But more importantly, they reflect a deep desire to make a meaningful impact on the world around them. This conference is a celebration of that impact. It is a platform for our students to showcase their work, to engage with their peers and professionals, and to receive feedback that will help refine their ideas and sharpen their skills. But it is also a space for dialogue, a space where we can explore how computing and engineering, when brought together, can drive national development, economic growth, and social transformation. Let us consider for a moment the power of this collaboration. In the past, computing and engineering were often seen as separate domains. One focused on software, the other on machines. One on logic, the other on structures. But today, those lines are increasingly blurred. The most impactful innovations of our time, smart cities, renewable energy systems, autonomous vehicles, medical devices, and even artificial intelligence are born at the intersection of these fields. Take, for example, a project developed by one of our SCIT students groups this year, a smart smoke detection and fire reporting system aimed at reducing the loss of lives and property due to domestic fires. On its own, it's a powerful tool. But when paired with an engineering solution, such as an automated fire suppression system, it becomes transformative. It becomes a system that can detect smoke early, alert residents and emergency services, and take immediate action to contain the fire, thereby minimizing damage and saving lives. This is the kind of thinking we are here to celebrate. This is the kind of innovation we are here to encourage. But collaboration does not happen by accident. It must be cultivated. It requires intentionality, openness, and a willingness to learn from one another. It requires us as educators to create spaces where students from different disciplines can work together, share ideas, and build solutions that are greater than the sum of their individual parts. That is why this conference is so important. It is not just a showcase. It is a seed. A seed that we hope will grow into a culture of collaboration that permeates every aspect of our faculty, from curriculum design to research initiatives to industry partnerships. And speaking of industry, let me take a moment to acknowledge the presence and support of our industry partners here today. Your encouragement is critical. You provide the real-world context that grounds our students' work. You offer mentorship, resources, and opportunities that help bridge the gap between academia and the professional world. And most importantly, you remind us that the work we do here has real consequences, real potential to change lives, create jobs, and build a better Jamaica. To our students, I want to say how pleased we are with you. You have taken on complex problems, navigated uncertainty, and produced work that is both technically sound and socially relevant. You are the future of this nation's digital and industry transformation. And today, you take your place, not just as a student, but as researchers, innovators, collaborators, and leaders. To my colleagues in the School of Engineering, thank you for your partnership. This conference is a testament to what we can achieve when we work together. I look forward to deepening this collaboration in the years to come. And finally, to everyone here, faculty, students, guests, friends, thank you for being part of this journey. Let us continue to build bridges between disciplines, between ideas, and between people. Let us continue to transform our nation together. Thank you, and I wish you all a successful and inspiring conference.
Thank you very much, Mr. Panther. So, I hope you are all inspired. Don't leave it, don't leave it. I know we're at the end of the day, but I want to talk to you a little bit about tomorrow. So, today you came here quite early, and tomorrow I want you back here at 8 a.m. because 8 a.m. to 8:45 a.m. is registration. It will be your stage tomorrow. All right? You saw all the presentation. You had your chance to sit back today. Tomorrow is your stage. All right? To start out the day, get yourself here early, relax, be calm, and get ready for your presentations, which will begin at 9 a.m. and go on till 12 noon. The School of Engineering, chemical engineering will be located in the Waste Management Center, the lecture room, and the other School of Engineering programs will be in Building 18. Everybody knows where Building 18 is? Oh, hospitality, right across from Burger King upstairs on the top floor. Or beside Juicy, yeah, right, yes. So if you're hungry, there's Burger King one place, Juicy the other place. All right, and the School of Computing and Information Technology, let me see now, animation will be in LT50, and the rest of SKIT will be in Building 47, floors A and B, all right? The rooms will be labeled tomorrow. They already know, okay, all right, wonderful. So come, get yourself a little bit of rest today. I know you're still gonna be working on your project, but make sure you get yourself a little bit of rest tomorrow. Tomorrow night. Yeah, tiny bit tonight, but yeah, rest tomorrow. All right, so we end here for today. Your program coordinator will, if you have not heard from them yet, they will be in touch with you, sending you the schedule for your presentation. So look out for it. All right. So thank you all for today. It was a lovely day, and we will see you tomorrow, all nicely, neatly dressed. Pardon? Oh, yes, and the poster competition is on. It would be good if you hover around your posters, yes, so that if any questions need to be asked, you can answer them. Any clarification needed, you can. answer. And finally, I'd just like to say a thank you again to our sponsors, GIE, Pepsi, JPS, PBS, Perb, Huawei, Spectra, who did I leave out? Confectionery and snacks. I'm going to find it. Oh, there you go. There are our sponsors. Thank you. Put your hands together for our sponsors. They really supported us well today. All right, so have yourselves a good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. See you tomorrow.